my God, when I know someone down, consider all the ones that have hit me. I see the stars, I hear the mighty thunder. Woods and forests, glens and water, and hear the birds swing sweetly in the breeze. When I look down from the lofty mountain grandeur, and hear the brook and feel the gentle breeze, then sings my soul, my Savior to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art.
Now I would like to call upon Sri Pebu George Matai, member of Senate, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, and the coordinator of the two-day Center National Symposium being hosted by Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, for the welcome speech.
Respected Principal, Dr. Roy Josh K., Srimati Annie George, who presides over the function, Dr. P.T. Babiraj, DCDC, Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. B. Kalavarma, Syndicate Member, Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. Joji John Panikya, Senate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. Tom Thomas, Head of the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, resource persons of the Symposium, Sunu Mariam Thomas of PG2 English, who is going to deliver a word of thanks, teachers, research scholars, students. The Center for Literary Studies of the college, in association with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, deems it a great privilege to hold an event commemorating a crucial turning point in the history of literature. James Joyce completing the writing of Ulysses on this day 100 years before, on October 29, 1921. That evening, he wrote to Ezra Pound a letter. And in 1922, Ezra Pound wrote to H.L. Mencken, "The Christian era ended at midnight on October 29 to 30 of last year. You are now in the year of one postscriptum Ulysses, if that is any comfort to you." So the Christian era ended with the publishing of Ulysses, says Ezra Pound. The Center for Literary Studies is making an attempt to facilitate an in-depth remembrance of the oeuvre of James Joyce up until the completion of his magnum opus, Ulysses. The Center for Literary Studies is a forum where the literature in different languages like Malayalam, English, Hindi, and Sanskrit can be discussed through symposiums like this. We have in the committee teachers involved in teaching these languages and their literature. We begin today with a certain discussion on English literature, a Centre National Symposium on James Joyce until Ulysses. Interesting talks on the works of James Joyce until his publishing of Ulysses will be the hallmark of the two-day National Symposium, as you might have glimpsed in the brochure already circulated. I remember the story Arabi by James Joyce. Like the boy who starts a quest for a birthday gift for his friend's sister, in whom he has a faint infatuation, let us also undertake an exciting quest, a critical memory, inquiry, adventurous quest that shall gift us new plots, climaxes, and surprises galore. In these bleak times, when we wage struggles myriad to eclipse our mushrooming waves of extinction. With these words, let me steer you into what I am entrusted with at the outset, welcoming one and all. Srimati Annie George, convener, is presiding over the function. She has been at the forefront of organizing the event on behalf of Center for Literary Studies of the college. On behalf of Center for Literary Studies and all who are here, let me extend a warm welcome to Srimati Annie George, convener of Center for Literary Studies. Dr. P.T. Baburaj, DCDC of Mahatma Gandhi University, is the chief guest of the day and he is inaugurating the function. As DCDC, he is doing a great job. He works at the Behavioral School of Behavioral Science. Genuine human being. He has guided many PhDs. He has guided 30 MPhil dissertations, published many books. He has in fact taken a documentary film and has been awarded the Bharatiya Dalit Sahitya Academy Award. He is an editorial board member of the Society Global Education publication. He is the chairman of the Special Education of University of Calicut. He is an academic committee member. He is visiting faculty at various universities. His area of research has been in auditory handicap, especially relating to speech and hearing impairment. When I initially invited him, he was so glad to accept the invitation. So on behalf of the college, on behalf of the Center for Literary Studies and all who are here, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. P.T. Baburaj, DCDC of Mahatma Gandhi University, who is going to inaugurate the symposium. Our next chief guest is Dr. B. Kelavarma, member of syndicate, who is in charge of the exams now at the syndicate. Kelavarma sir is former associate professor of English. He retired from Government College, Natakam. He is a man more interested in academics than in administration. Especially he likes discussing poetry. He has started a series of online discussions in YouTube called Lit Space. Recently he has published many books. He has been instrumental in publishing a lot of books, editing a lot of books in the syllabus, steering and guiding the syllabus to the right destinations. He has recently published in 2020 a work of translation, Walls of Blue Waters, which actually is a translation of the poems of the Malayalam poet– and so he has published many other works. He is much interested in literature and poetry, and it's very interesting to listen to him. Dr. B. Kalavarma sir will be delivering the keynote address. On behalf of the Center for Literary Studies and all who are here, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. B. Kalavarma, member of Syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University. The principal of the college, Dr. Roy George K. sir, has been instrumental in giving us proper support and guidance in organizing such a symposium. He always favors such academic endeavors. On behalf of Center for Literary Studies, let me extend a warm welcome to the principal of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, Dr. Roy George K. Another guest of honor with us is Dr. Joji John Panikkar, member of Senate, Mahatma Gandhi University. He is assistant professor in English at CMS College, Kottayam. He is IQAC coordinator there. He's a PhD guide. His areas of interest include gender studies, literary theory, etc. He's a good orator, a good organizer, and a good friend of mine. We are happy to have Joji with us today. So on behalf of Center for Literary Studies, let me extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Joji John Panikkar, member of Senate, Mahatma Gandhi University, to this inaugural function of the symposium.
Thank you, Fabu.
Dr. Tom Thomas, head of the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, is a scholar. He is presently PG Board of Studies member and has been instrumental in giving us great support in organizing this particular symposium. And we are happy to have him in the inaugural function. On behalf of the Center for Literary Studies, let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. Tom Thomas, head of the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry. Let me take this opportunity also to welcome all the resource persons of the symposium, all those who are attending the symposium. Sri Josie Joseph sir of SB College, Dr. Jeevan Kumar sir of Henry Baker College, Shari Jigab sir from UC College Alva, Subin Varghese sir from Devamada College, Koravilangad, Dr. Merin Simiraj from IIT Madras, and Sri Anthony Jose from Naibunya School of Management, Chartala. So 2 days, they will be speaking on all the different works and biographical aspects of James Joyce until the publishing of Ulysses in 1921. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome Sunu Mariam Thomas, our student in second PG English, who is going to deliver the vote of thanks. A warm welcome to Sunu. And then all the participants, research scholars, all the teachers, students who are participating, on behalf of the forum, a warm welcome to all. Hope I have not left out anyone. In a word of welcome, hearty welcome to all. Wish all a fruitful, interesting 2 days of symposium on James Joyce. Wish you all a glorious, epiphanic ridden symposium, national symposium on James Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. Roy George K., for the Principal's message.
Thank you. Am I audible? Honorable Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. B. Kalavarma, the keynote speaker of the program, Respected Director, College Development Council, Dr. P.T. Baburaj, the inaugurator of the program, distinguished Member of the Senate, Dr. Joji John Panikar, esteemed Head, Department of English, Dr. Tom Thomas, a prominent member of the Senate and the coordinator of the program, Mr. Febu George Matai, reputed convener of the program, Ms. Annie George, acclaimed colleagues, dear students, a warm good morning to all of you. Indeed, it gives me great pleasure in joining with you with a gala of eminent personality on this online platform. In fact, as the principal in charge of the college and at the helm, it's heartening to see that all our association and clubs are in a vibrant mode, keeping it pace and momentum. We have almost more than 30 clubs in a college. The Center for Literary Studies has gone further ahead by having its inauguration of the activities for the year in a magnanimous and splendid way. I really appreciate the organizers in making it as a great event, being attended by an army of policy makers of the Mahatma Gandhi. One minute, sorry to interrupt you. Please stop. An army of the policy makers of the Mahatma Gandhi University, being one of the prominent department of our college, the Department of English always is the pioneers when it comes to executing and implementing novel ideas and highlighting the contemporary issues. It inherits a glorious tradition and a great lineage. As you know, our college is established in the year 1953 and being administered by Marthoma Syrian Church. The institution aims to promote and impart sound Christian liberal education to young men and women. It aims at producing intellectually well-trained, morally upright, socially committed, and spiritually inspired young men and women. We have 15 undergraduate courses and 10 postgraduate courses and doctoral programs in English, botany, zoology, physics, commerce. And our institution is reckoned as one of the leading institutions of Mahatma Gandhi University. Various courses of studies augmenting the creative and productive faculties of the younger generation are introduced from time to time. It's also heartening that in the year 2013, the Travancore royal family honored our institution with the Rajamudra for its valuable contribution to the eastern hilly regions of the state. The Center for Literary Studies in the college has a key role in inspiring and strengthening the literary linguistic skills of the students. I congratulate the organizers and wish the participants a vibrant sessions today. The Literary Study Center of the college is a platform of literature-loving students, not only in English, but also in Malayalam and Sanskrit. Accordingly, the reach of the platform is wider and multifaceted. By the definition, though the literature means the analysis of experience and the synthesis of finding, it's more of a cognitive process than an imaginative exercise. Though you may differ, in my opinion, many of the literary giants always have a turbulent past, same as our today's center of attraction, Mr. James Joyce. When you analyze his past, you could see that he has also undergone the tougher situations in the life. So, at this point, my advice to my dear students that no matter which are the roads which you are being traveling, as our Robert Frost said, somewhere in the ages hence, I have seen two roads diverged, and I have taken the one which is less traveled. And that has made all the difference. So, in case, if you want to make a difference, please be noted that you need to get the experience of a turbulent past. I hope I would not continue further as we have many more speakers to speak. However, I will be failing in my duty if I don't spell out a few words of appreciation and express our thanks to our dignitaries, the chief guests, Dr. Baburaj, Dr. Carol Verma, Dr. Joji John. On behalf of our college community as a whole, I express our sincere thanks and appreciation to these giants of the Mahatma Gandhi University. I also appreciate and congratulate my dear students for attending this program. May the insights you gain from these webinar, these sort of exercises, give further insight, gives a lead role in your journey or literary path. Thank you. I thank once again the organizers and wish you the very best. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. I call upon Sri George, convener, Center for Literary Studies, for the presidential address.
Respected Dr. P.T. Baburaj, DCDC, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Dr. B. Kerala Verma, Member of Syndicate, Dr. Roy George K., Principal of the College, Dr. Joji John Panikkar, Member of Senate, Dr. Tom Thomas, Head Department of English of the College, Sri Febu George Matai Kurchiyat, Member of Senate and the Coordinator of the National Symposium on James Joyce, resource persons of the symposium, organizing committee members, dear participants, teachers, and students. James Joyce immediately brings to mind stream of consciousness, epiphany, and many other celebrated concepts of modernist fiction. Ulysses is a demonstration and summation of all the novel tendencies of the modernist movement. Joyce as is said, that he claims has put in it so many enigmas and puzzles that it will keep the professors busy for centuries arguing over what he meant. But exploring the complicated is a beautiful experience. To dally with the ever unraveling truths of an ever-changing life and literature. The Centum National Symposium on James Joyce Until Ulysses, organized by the Center for Literary Studies of the College in association with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, will hopefully be seminal for students of literature. James Joyce was remarkably a voracious reader and a great intellectual, as his oeuvres spanning almost all genres clearly highlight. 16 to 17 June 1904, in Ulysses, for the appointments and encounters of Leopold Bloom, we journey through the mundane time in haphazard patterns. 29th to 30th of October 2021, wish you all a fruitful, twisted, warped voyage through the surging cadences of ideas of the Centum National Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I am honored to invite Dr. P.T. Baburaj, Director, College Development Council, MG University, Kottayam, to deliver the inaugural address.
Respected Dr. B. Kerala Verma, Member of Syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. Roy George K., Principal, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, Srimati Annie George, Convener, Sri Febu George Mathai, Coordinator, Dr. Georgie John Panikar, Member of Senate, MG University, Dr. Tom Thomas, Head of Department English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, and Ms. Swinu Mariam Thomas. Here I am happy today, since this program is very a wonderful one, because today's webinar on James Joyce Until Ulysses. And here I am having great pleasure, because when I go through this area yesterday evening, the Trojan Wars and other things related in this area have been go through in my mind. When I was a student studying in college, I used to read a lot of books. In that book, I remember the role of Ulysses and its after effects and other things. And I prepare a note morning, but I don't like to use here because I have limited time. Here I have to just enter into an interview, so that I would like to be a short, brief my session. I congratulate the organizers, especially the head of department, principal, and a member, Senate member and the university. And the theme is very interesting one. I think 1 month back, this kind of a program is being organized at Kudavilangash, Department of English, Devamada College. A wonderful session was there, and I attended 2-3 sessions in this, especially in this area, in the literature. It was a nice one. So, the brief of the theme is being given a brief detail. The head of department, by the head of department, principal, and Febu sir. So I don't like to go through the other areas. Anyhow, today, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, having a good day. This title and the area of selection is a wonderful one. And also, on behalf of all the dignitaries, resource persons, faculties, participants, and students, I declared this webinar as being inaugurated with your permission. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Hello, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
It is a privilege for me to call upon Dr. B. Kerala Verma, former Associate Professor, Government English, Government College, and present member of Syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, for the keynote address.
Respected convener of the webinar, am I audible? I believe that I am audible.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Febu. So, respected convener of the webinar, who is also presiding over this function, Srimati Annie George, respected Principal Dr. Roy George K., respected inaugurator of the symposium, and Director of College Development Council of Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. P.T. Baburaj, my dear friend and coordinator of the symposium, Dr. Febu George, respected member of the University Senate, and my close friend, Dr. Georgie John Paniker, respected head of the Department of English, Dr. Tom Thomas, Kumari Sinu Miriam Thomas, and I can't forget Dr. Cherry and Dr. Jeevan, and all the teachers and students of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, and all dear participants. Warm good morning to all of you, in spite of the disturbing forecast for the day. I'm extremely happy to be among people who enjoy rambling discussions on literature. The presence of Dr. Febu, Dr. Shri, and Dr. Jeevan takes me back to those days of endless discussions we had in connection with the revision of the syllabus. That kind of work is generally dull, laborious, and mechanical, but we enjoy doing it, spending hours debating and arguing over books and authors. I'm mentioning it because it is the first thing that occurs to me this morning. Now let me congratulate the Department of English of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, on organizing this symposium on James Joyce. It gives an opportunity to revisit and re-evaluate the legend that he was, with the insight of a century of scholarly.
Verma sir, 1 minute. Sir, yeah, I think your video is on, but we can't see you. I think it's on, switched on. Your
It's
video.
on, but something has happened.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, then it's okay. Carry on.
I didn't do anything, but
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Sir.
I don't see how I can get
People
back
see you.
into the screen.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Sir.
I tried to
hear
click
you.
somewhere.
Okay.
I'm reminded of Tennyson's Ulysses, who asserts, I have become a name in far-off lands. Wherever I've gone, I've become a name. This webinar puts me in mind of an amusing observation made by Joyce himself on his masterpiece. And this was quoted by the head of the department of this college. I've put in so many enigmas and puzzles that it will keep the professors busy for centuries arguing over what I meant. I don't think he was very serious about that. I don't think that he would deliberately put so many enigmas and puzzles. What could be the sense behind that? I mean, if he did it deliberately, that would keep readers away. That would be too intimidating for readers. And therefore, not only that, he doesn't require the assistance of such a trick to be remembered forever. So I believe that his masterpiece Ulysses is a landmark in the history of literature, like The Wasteland of T.S. Eliot. Joyce is a colossus of modernist fiction, a formidable writer who has had a profound influence on later generations of novelists. Think of the impact that he had on our own writers, like O.V. Vijayan or M.T. Vasudevan Nair. It took nearly 4 decades after the publication of Ulysses for modernism to bloom in Kerala. Ulysses was published in 1921, and Kasakinte Idihasam was published in 1968, and M.D.'s Manju came out in 1964. That means it nearly took 4 decades for modernism to flourish in Kerala. The 60s was a time of great works in Kerala. Consider, for example, the resemblance between the scene of royal defecation in O.V. Vijayan's book, Dharma Puranam, and the defecation episode in Ulysses. I think Joyce has set an example, and that's why O.V. Vijayan was able to present that scene in Dharma Puranam. Otherwise, a writer in Kerala wouldn't have dared to write in this fashion. In the same way, the technique of stream of consciousness is also seen in the novels of M.T. Vasudevan Nair. I believe that he also is indebted to James Joyce for that. I shall restrict myself to a couple of observations on the use of myth in the works of Joyce and Eliot. That's an area which could be explored, and I think that it would be productive. The modernists generally resort to myth in order to structure their works. However, there are glaring differences. Eliot would set out, for example, saying that myth would provide a sort of order for the chaotic panorama of futility, which is contemporary history for him. It offers a scaffolding and thereby a kind of unity for the multifarious, meaningless experiences of the present. But myth grows in proportion from a structural device to become part of the theme in T.S. Eliot's work. In other words, Eliot tends to look down on the apparently unremarkable and trite experiences of contemporary life. Consequently, there is a glorification and idealization of myth and the past in the works of T.S. Eliot. This is a very personal observation. There is that sort of glorification of myth in Eliot. And one of the results of that sort of glorification is a condemnation of the present, of history, of what is happening right in front of you, what is happening all around you at this time. Look at this, for example. Eliot's artifice can be summed up as a juxtaposition of ideal glory. Ideal glory means it's not real, and present meanness, contemporary meanness of life. Which is why in his review of Ulysses, he talks about organic function of myth. I would like you to consider the review of Ezra Pound and the review of T.S. Eliot, which came out in the Dial. Eliot talks about this organic unity, whereas Pound said that this was only a scaffolding, this was only a structure. To quote his own words, it's a personal affair. Means he doesn't think that it is integral to the understanding of Ulysses. But Joyce's purpose, I believe, is different. There is no attempt to subordinate present history to myth in Joyce's works. It's borne out by his treatment of myth, the treatment of the Daedalus myth in the portrait. This awareness leads to a sort of regeneration. This awareness means the awareness on the part of the central character. The character himself comes to understand that there is some significance in the similarity of the names. Daedalus, Stephen Daedalus and Daedalus. So perhaps it's the awareness of the similarity leads to a quickening of the spirit and sort of regeneration, a new awakening. What I mean to say by referring to this novel is that he doesn't look down upon what is happening at present. He doesn't try to glorify myth. Instead, myth seems to guide you. Myth seems to throw certain hints in your way so that perhaps you can reach your destination. In Ulysses 2, the loose parallel enables or facilitates, for the reader at least, the discovery of meaning in the vertiginous proliferation of experiences. There is a substratum of heroism on a small scale in the experiences of the central character, a substratum of significance. Apparently, it looks trite, it looks meaningless. And there is an accumulation of experiences, such a very ordinary, even filthy, sometimes disgusting experiences. And why should there be so many experiences, puzzling experiences in the story? It seems to be endlessly proliferating. Somebody commented that perhaps Joyce would stop only when the publisher gets tired of these details. So there is, I repeat, a substratum. There is a deeper layer of significance beneath that. Maybe I'm talking about the reunion. I mean, that doesn't happen actually. There is a quest for the father figure, and that seems to materialize. It's not very obvious, but there is this slight hint at a sort of discovery. But initially, we are struck by the contrast. Look, for example, at the contrast between Penelope and Molly. Molly is unfaithful to her husband. Her promiscuity or voluptuousness can be contrasted with the fidelity of Penelope. All those 10 years, she waited patiently, waited faithfully for the return of her husband. And look at the contrast also between even the central character, Bloom, himself, Bloom, who is an exile. He's an exile in his own place, Ireland, Dublin. But Odysseus was an exile in a way, but that for a different reason. Again, we see some sort of a semblance with a suggestion of contrast. I don't want to go into all those details. I think that the seminar would look into all those aspects. All that I mean to point out is that the mundaneness of life is not pitied or condemned in Joyce's work, whereas Eliot would unmistakably pity contemporary life. There is a strong tone, unmistakable tone of lament in Eliot's poem, whereas Joyce wouldn't repeat that sort of lamenting tone. I believe that this is a topic that could be explored the way myth is used by the modernist writers. I do not want to intrude too far into the schedule of the symposium. Let me thank the organizers, Dr. Febu in particular, for inviting me to address you. I wish all the very best for the symposium. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for spending time with us in your busy schedule and your enlightening words. I next request Dr. Georgie John Panikkar, Member of Senate, Mahatma Gandhi University, offer felicitations on this occasion.
Respected dignitaries and all who are present here, a warm good morning to everyone. I am humbled by this opportunity and I feel immensely honored to be here in this two-day Centum National Symposium on James Joyce Until Ulysses, organized by the Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, in association with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. Let me at the outset congratulate the organizers for organizing such a meaningful symposium. As our chief guest, Professor Kerala sir, rightly said in his keynote address, James Joyce said, "I've put in so many enigmas and puzzles that it will keep the professors busy for centuries arguing over what I meant, and that it's the only way of ensuring one's immortality." And when we commemorate the day of completing the writing of James Joyce's magnum opus Ulysses, it's worth remembering what T.S. Eliot said about Ulysses. I quote, "It is a book to which we are all indebted and from which none of us can escape," unquote. Although nearly 100 years have passed since Eliot's words on James Joyce's Ulysses were published, but even now his words resonate deeply. And Eliot goes on to say, "I hold this book to be the most important expression which the present age has found." And the odyssey of the work itself is exceptional, as it has withstood the severe test of time and encountered the criticism of many. Most fascinating thing about the novel that hordes of people think it's a brilliant book, maybe the best book ever written, except for one thing: they can't make it to the end. And readers' mind often baffle while they participate in the epic journey from the realm of external adventures to the realm of mind. James Joyce shares with Shakespeare a global reputation, but unlike Shakespeare, he crossed many national boundaries in his working career, in his outlook and in his writing, extending his reach further and further until in Finnegan's wake, he attempted to embrace the languages and cultures of the entire human community. James Joyce's greatest influence has been upon other writers, not upon his critics. And we know all these things, and we have discussed this a lot of times before. And although much of his fame is associated with his magnum opus Ulysses, his other works up till then are also equally important. Remembering the order of his works will actually enlighten us about the great genius he was and his exceptional literary stature. And I wish this symposium make us understand more about James Joyce's work other than Ulysses in a much more better way, and appreciate those literary gems great in their own merit. I appreciate the organizing team for this wonderful venture, and I also extend all the best wishes for this program. I congratulate the organizers and wish all the participants of the two-day Centum National Symposium a meaningful time of intellectual deliberations. I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to this symposium, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Tom Thomas, Head of the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, to facilitate the gathering.
Good morning, all. President of the meeting, Ms. Annie George, Principal of St. Thomas College, Dr. Roy George K., Coordinator of this program, Sri Febu sir, Chief Guest of the day, Dr. P.T. Baburaj, Dr. P. Kerala Varma sir, Dr. Joji John Banikar, Speakers of the day, Joshi sir, Jeevan sir, Sherry sir, Speakers of tomorrow, Subin sir, and the other speakers. This is indeed a great moment of joy because we are all rejoicing. The Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry is extremely happy to be associated with this program. The Center for Literary Studies has taken a very bold step in holding the Centum National Symposium on remembering James Joyce. I would like to congratulate the convener and the coordinator, Ms. Annie George and Sri Febu George Mathai, for taking the pains in organizing this seminar of this magnitude. I'm happy that we have extremely competent resource persons today. I'm also happy that to be part of this program amongst like-minded souls, where Dr. B. Kerala Varma has been instrumental in molding a lot of the syllabus of MG University, and I've also been associated with that process. I fondly remember his instructions during that time. I also am happy to see Professor Josie Joseph, Jeevan sir and Sherry sir once again coming back to St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, and the Department of English has already hosted them in the previous years. We've also hosted Dr. Joji John also, and I'm also happy that Subin sir is there in this program. So it is a very refreshing moment for all of us. Incidentally, when Dr. Baburaj spoke, I was reminded about the palimpsest that Ulysses has set off. We not only have the Ulysses of James Joyce, we also have it of Homer, of Tennyson, of Robert Graves, and maybe many other more. So I think at this definitive point of history, 100 years, when I would like to see it as a project which is still unfinished, I would like to extend all best wishes to this two-day National Symposium. All good luck, and I hope that all the participants of this seminar make good use of their time and they get refreshed. And as Annie, a teacher, pointed out, certain things which are complicated also add to the beauty of the world. So all best wishes from the Department of English, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Sunu Miriam Thomas of 2nd MA English will now propose the vote of thanks.
Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. A very good morning to one and all. Honorable dignitaries of today's inaugural session of the two-day Centum National Symposium, Dr. P.T. Baburaj, Director, College Development Council, Dr. B. Kerala Varma, Member of Syndicate, MG University, Dr. Joji John Panikkar, Member of Senate, MG University, Principal of our college, Dr. Roy Joshke, Resource Persons of the National Symposium, Dr. Tom Thomas, Head of the Department of English, Convener of the Center for Literary Studies, Annie Miss, Coordinator of the National Symposium, Fibusel, most respected teachers and my dear friends. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. Let me first start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making this inaugural session a resounding success. Next, I, on the behalf of the Center for Literary Studies and the entire fraternity here together, extend our sincere gratitude to the respected dignitaries of the day. Dr. P.T. Baburaj, Director, College Development Council, Mahatma Gandhi University, addressed us with his inspiring words. I use this moment to thank him for his esteemed presence and for rendering the inaugural address. I would like to thank my deep gratitude to Dr. B. Kerala Varma, Member of Syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University, for his keynote address. Sir, your words were indeed a source of enlightenment, propelling us into a new mode of thinking. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank the respected principal of our college, Dr. Roy Joshke, who is the backbone and the driving force of this institution. His able guidance has always encouraged us. Thank you, sir, for your esteemed presence in this inaugural session. Respected Annie George, the convener of the Center for Literary Studies and the president of today's meeting, was there with her enthusiastic presence and guidance. I use this opportunity to express deep gratitude to Annie Miss for her stewardship and commitment. My gratitude next goes to Dr. Joji George Panikkar, Member of Senate, Mahatma Gandhi University, for offering felicitations on this occasion and motivating us with his thoughtful words. I use this moment to express my utmost gratitude to you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tom Thomas, Head of the Department of English, for his perfect logistic support and guidance, as well as for rendering felicitations on this occasion. Thank you, Tom, sir. Next, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and extend thanks to the resource persons who will be handling the different sessions of this National Symposium. For joining us in this inaugural function, Dr. Josie Joseph, Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar, Sri Cherry Jacob, Sri Subin Varghese, Dr. Marin Simiraj, and Sri Anthony Jose. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. I take this opportunity to also thank the participants of this two-day National Symposium, teachers, academicians, research scholars, and students from different parts of the country for attending the inaugural session. I would like to express my utmost thanks to Febu George Matai, the coordinator of the two-day Centum National Symposium, for welcoming the gathering and for coordinating the program. Thank you, Febu, sir. My gratitude is also due to the committee members of the Center for Literary Studies, Dr. Leda Kumari of the Department of Sanskrit, Dr. Sneha Josh Pachel, Head, Department of Malayalam, as well as Dr. Mini Verghese of the Department of Hindi. I also extend thanks to all my fellow committee members of the Center for Literary Studies and the members of the organizing committee for their enormous cooperation in organizing this event. We, as the Center for Literary Studies of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, feel privileged to host this National Symposium and hope that the sessions will prove beneficial to all who attend. Thank you to one and all.
Thank you, Sunu. By this, we come to the end of the inaugural meeting. I thank all the dignitaries and participants for your presence. Section 1 of 2 days Centum National Symposium will start within 10 minutes. I request all your participation. Thank you.
Participants can actually stay within here. Yeah, Joseph sir.
Do we leave the meeting now and come back at 11, or we just hold on?
We can hold on, sir. Anyway, I'm not exiting. We are not exiting the meeting.
Okay, fine. Then
It's a matter of time.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, Jopin, how are you?
Now we are starting the first section of National Symposium under Ulysses. I now call upon Ms. Megha Matthew of 2nd MA English to introduce and welcome the resource person of Section 1 of the Symposium. Good morning, everyone. I consider it a great privilege for me to be a part of this auspicious occasion. The task entrusted to me is to introduce and welcome the first speaker of the day. Professor Josie Joseph is the Associate Professor in the Postgraduate and Research Department of English, St. Berchmans College, Kozhencherry. His areas of specialization include Shakespearean drama, 20th century literature, literary theory, and cultural studies. A bilingual writer, speaker, and a translator, he is an active presence in the academic and cultural circles of Kerala and is a sought-after speaker, having delivered lectures at various seminars and symposiums at the state and national levels. He has made remarkable contributions to critical anthologies, published several research papers, and has given more than 50 lectures at various colleges. Sir writes regularly in the new media on contemporary issues and was previously a columnist for On Manorama, an online English news portal of the Malayalam Manorama Group, as well as the Kochi Post. Sir, we are privileged to have such a great personality amongst us, and I deem it a great honor to welcome Professor Josie Joseph to deliver his talk. Sir, please.
Thank you. At the very outset, let me thank the organizers of this seminar for making me part of this wonderful program. I should also congratulate all of you, my friends Febu and Tom in particular, and also Annie, the convener of this forum, on thinking up a theme like this, on celebrating James Joyce, on rejoicing, the completion of the centenary of the completion of Ulysses, which is considered the ultimate novel, or the mother of all novels, as one survey puts it. So I consider this a great honor, and especially happy that I'm addressing a gathering organized by St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, which is an institution that's very close to my heart. Been there on various occasions. I've given lectures, taken classes, been part of the panel discussions there, and I have many beloved friends in the faculty, especially in the English department. So I'm very happy to be here. And thank you for the honor and the invitation. Now, let me put it straight. I'm not a Joycean specialist. I'm not an expert on the works of James Joyce as such. I belong to those professors that Joyce himself referred to, and somebody was was quoting that. In fact, more than one speaker quoted that famous statement about Ulysses, how this novel would keep the professors guessing all their lives. I belong to that category. I've always struggled with that novel. I'm still struggling with it. And I have great admiration for those who have actually cracked that novel, with all those schemas and all those episodes and the connections and those numerous references and all those things. I'm familiar with The Portrait of the Artist, as saying, and that's one of my favorite novels. And I've also read all his short stories, particularly the Dubliners collection, and a few of his poems, and some of his critical articles, his collection of essays. I have a personal copy of that, and is a wonderful thinker as well. But my interest in James Joyce is primarily on the person that he is. So this lecture is also about James Joyce the person, or rather the formation of James Joyce, the making of James Joyce is the ultimate artist. This interest actually triggered many years ago when I read Richard Ellman's biography of James Joyce. I've always been interested in literary biography. That's one of my areas of interest, and also my research area is life writing. Even though I'm yet to submit my thesis and get the degree, I've been working on it for the last 20 years, this area of life writing. And one of the books, biographies that I greatly admire, in fact, it's one of my favorite books of all time, I would say, is Richard Ellman's magnificent biography of James Joyce, and which is considered the greatest literary biography of all time. Some say it is even better than Boswell's biography of Dr. Johnson. And it is equal in size, Richard Ellman's book is around 1,000 pages. So that is one book. And later, I also had the opportunity of reading Stanislaus Joyce's memoir. Or Stanislaus Joyce is James Joyce's younger brother, and the only member of the family that James was closely associated with or attached to. They were just 3 years apart, but they grew up together, and Stanislaus was James's greatest support in life in every sense. He would even stay with his brother's family, support him financially, and James would often discuss ideas, show him his writing and all that. James used to call his brother his whetstone. So that was the kind of attachment they had. And Stanislaus wrote this very poignant, I would say, and very emotional and at times painful memoir. It's called My Brother's Keeper, the early years of James Joyce. I took both these books from the British Library, Trantram, which is, unfortunately, it is closed down. But I remember taking these books in the early 90s and reading those books passionately. And so my presentation today is on the intellectual, emotional formation of James Joyce, and even religious formation of James Joyce, the early James Joyce. And so I have titled it. There's a slight change in the title. The main title is of my lecture is Ecce Puer. Ecce Puer is a Latin phrase which means "look, it's a boy." It's a kind of expression one makes when you're told, when you see a baby boy, it's a boy. Now, this is one of the is also the title of one of the last poems that James Joyce wrote. I'll come to that. So this is basically about the formation of James Joyce, and I've divided into 3 parts. In the first part, I'll look at James Joyce, the writer, and I'll try to explain why he's so special. Why James Joyce? Why he's so special? Many speakers before me have already talked about it, hinted at the uniqueness of James Joyce. I'll also say something in general about James Joyce, a writer. Because if you ask me to describe James Joyce in one word, I would use the word genius. He's the absolute genius of the 20th century. I'll come to that. Then in the second part, I want to look at his intellectual formation, the kind of influences and how he prepared himself in the early years, in his student days, while he was in school or in college, and experimenting, and how he always had this faith in himself, this supreme confidence, bordering on arrogance, and how he forged himself into this supreme artist that he later became. And then I want to talk about this complicated relationship between James Joyce and his father. That would be one of the major arguments of my presentation. James Joyce and his father, and how this relationship formed the bedrock of all his creative inspiration, how everything he wrote in life has a bearing on his relationship with his father. And finally, as a tailpiece, I want to bring in a curious analogy with one of our own great modern masters. Let that be a surprise at the end. So this is the plan or the design of this lecture. I've actually written a paper. I don't know if I should read this paper or maybe I'll just mix reading and going extempore. Now, why is James Joyce so special? He, just as you say about about Edmund Spenser, that he was a poet's poet, James Joyce was a writer's writer. Somebody already mentioned this, how he inspired and challenged a host of writers. Everybody was under his spell. Everybody was so overwhelmed by the kind of genius that he was. And there have been so many great scholars who have dedicated themselves to James Joyce. I mentioned Richard Ellman. He's perhaps the greatest Joycean out there. He has written not only this definitive biography, but also numerous essays and articles. It was he who actually found all those autobiographical references in James Joyce's workings and how he would trace everything to James Joyce's life. And it was he who discovered all this connection, so to say. But there were others also. Harry Levin is another preeminent Joycean scholar. Colin McCabe. There is Hugh Kenner. There is John Gross, Derek Attridge. These are all some of the Joycean specialists, so to say. But not only that, even great writers, including contemporary writers like T.S. Eliot and Ezra Pound, there were references to both those writers. How Eliot, my friend Joji was quoting Eliot, and what Eliot said about Ulysses. Eliot also described James Joyce as a man who destroyed, who killed the 19th century. So that is how Eliot described James Joyce, and the writer, the thinker, the intellectual. And Ezra Pound, of course, described Ulysses as a book that ended the Christian era, and that forms the theme of this symposium, actually. And Beckett, Samuel Beckett was an admirer, even a disciple of James Joyce, and wrote an article in defense of Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. It was called Work in Progress at that time. It was actually a collection of critical essays by admirers and followers of James Joyce to defend James Joyce's work. You know, this is interesting to note that James Joyce that we celebrate today was considered as his master writer by so many big names. And if you come to the world of theory or the late 20th century, you have thinkers like Umberto Eco, producing several texts on James Joyce. Frederick Jameson has written on James Joyce. Ellen Sissot has written on James Joyce. Derrida himself. Derrida was a James Joyce specialist, actually. He spent months and years reading and studying James Joyce. He has even a book on James Joyce. It's called Ulysses Gramophone, and numerous other articles on Joyce. But this man was actually, he lived a miserable life. You know, he lived and died poor and never had enough money. In fact, he lived upon the generosity of his friends. And even as a writer, he was not recognized. He had trouble publishing his books and his articles. Take Dubliners, for instance, his collection of short stories. It took about 8 or 9 years for him, after finishing all these stories, to get a publisher, to get this book published. Right? And he always ran into censorship troubles. He was always a controversial, scandalous writer. And Richard Ellman, in fact, argues that there's no other writer who combines this, an absolute genius, but somebody who was equally, reviled or condemned by the world. And Ellman puts it this way: to the Irish countrymen, he is still obscene and mad. Ireland was one of the last nations to lift the ban on Ulysses. And to the English, James Joyce is always eccentric, mad, and Irish. To the Americans, who received him most kindly, though Joyce did not like America, Joyce was simply the experimentalist. And for the French, and where he lived, among whom he lived for 20 years, we all know that Joyce left Ireland early and lived all his life as an exile. For him, being an exile was so crucial to his being an artist. And so he lived all his adult life in continental Europe, and particularly in Paris. He lived there for almost 20 years. But even the French literary establishment did not take him seriously. They thought that he lacked the refined rationalism that they associated with the literary modernism of the French type. Anyway, now, why is he so special? Well, he's of course encyclopedic. He's like those classical masters, the Homer or Dante. Dante was his favorite writer, all-time writer. James Joyce's favorite writer. So much so that he was a Dante specialist, and his friends used to call him the Dante of Dublin. And there was something Dantesque or Homeric about Joyce, or Shakespearean, or the majestic sweep of Tolstoy in Joyce. He was encyclopedic, perhaps the most encyclopedic of the 20th century writers. And he surveys every possible human condition and experience, but all within the Irish setting, within the Irish urban world. But at the same time, there is no other writer who combines the commonplace with a magnificent narrative mode. So perhaps he's the first writer to endow an urban man of no importance with heroic consequence. He treated the ordinary as extraordinary. And Stanislaus Joyce writes about this, that few writers have ever exploited the minute, unpromising material of their experience so thoroughly. You have that statement in My Brother's Keeper. And Stanislaus also writes, I quote, "It seems to me little short of a miracle that anyone should have striven to cultivate poetry or cared to get in touch with a current of European thought while living in a household such as ours, typical as it was of the squalor of a drunken generation. Some inner purpose transfigured him." This is Stanislaus on his brother. Now, why is he so special? To look at the debris of the urban life, say, the city of Dublin. Well, you can say it is common. Look at the float scam or the scum and scam of the city life. But to find Ulysses there, that's also unusual. Now, if you compare him with some of the Irish writers like Yeats or Bernard Shaw, Yeats was aristocratic. He believed in distinction, even in the hierarchy of men. And Bernard Shaw always believed in eloquence, and so he was interested only in those who are eloquent. Well, Joyce's characters, almost all of them, are clumsy, dull, unimpressive, ordinary. Joyce does not idealize. He does not, celebrate the rural innocence or the innate wisdom of the common man. No, nothing of that kind. He does not idealize, nor does he condemn. Dublin to him is both dear and dirty. He revels in vice, in the scatology, the seamy side of it. My friend Dr. Kerala Verma was referring to O.V. Vijayan's novel, how that novel was possible only because of the kind of scatological description you find in Ulysses and other novels. It's absolutely true. The novel that he referred to was Dharmapuranam, O.V. Vijayan, and it begins that famous or infamous opening, Dharmapuriyil Chandigramathil Prajapathikke Tooran Mutti. Malayalam Bhashayil ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സെന്റൻസ് വരുന്നത് മലയാള സാഹിത്യത്തിൽ. It was shocking. But now we know that Joyce was the inspiration. This was actually a political satire, and which was written around the time of the emergency. And Vijayan had originally written Rashtrapati, Rashtrapathiku Thuran Mutti. Then he changed it to Prajapati. And then, now, which other fictional hero has lies like Stephen Dedalus, is dirty? Or which other hero defecates or masturbates in front of us like a Jameson hero? So that is what makes him special. And even in his personal life, maybe because he comes from middle class and because he did not sit on judgment at all. He did not discriminate or condemn any form of life. He surrounded himself with what we can term as undistinguished people. His associates and friends included, waiters, porters, tailors, food sellers, clerks. And this assemblage was as important for his temperament and also his creative formation as the lords and ladies were for Yeats. Yeats was lionized by the ladies, a parish of rich women, as W.H. Auden puts it in his elegy. And when his friends criticized him for wasting time with useless people, James Joyce's reply was, "I never met a bore in my life." In fact, James Joyce would fill his books with thousands of phrases, snippets, utterances, short conversations, references garnered from such people. He had a phenomenal memory. He would remember everything. This is something that he inherited from his father, actually. I'll come to that. Okay, now let me move to the second part of my presentation. This is about James's formation. The formation of James Joyce into an artist, the religious, intellectual, and emotional inputs. James's mother was a devout Catholic and wanted her eldest son, as James, to become a priest. There were 10 children in all. And James's father, well, he was irreverent. He did not go to church on Sundays. And James's relationship to religion was ambiguous. He started off as a very pious boy, an altar boy who was actually encouraged to become a priest. And then he became completely contemptuous of religion, especially the Catholic religion, but at the same time retaining the cultural inheritance or this cultural formation and converted it into art. You will find numerous biblical and Christian references and metaphors all through his works. This is how he made use of this cultural inheritance, even when he remained a non-believer all his life, all his adult life. He completely lost his faith in God later, even though he was brought up as a pious Catholic boy. He had only uttered disdain for the priests, the power structures, and the regressive practices of the church. But he didn't completely give up interest in the ceremonies, myths, and rituals of the church. Perhaps he retained an artist's curiosity for the aesthetic, metaphoric, and cultural elements of the Catholic faith without being a believer at all. It could also be the result of the tremendous religious conditioning of the early years of his life. He was certainly caught young, and that too by the rigorous Jesuit model. And he perhaps retained the cultural hangover of that formation. James's first teacher, Mrs. Dante Conway, was a relative who stayed with the Joyce family as governess to the children. She was a pious lady who taught little James Catholic prayers and who trained him to cross himself and give a particular prayer whenever there is a lightning. And this prayer, which is familiar to all Catholic people, I know it myself. It goes like this. My mother taught me this prayer. യൂതന്മാരുടെ രാജാവായ നസ്രയേൽക്കാരൻ ഈശോയെ പെട്ടെന്നുള്ള ആപത്തിൽ നിന്നും മരണത്തിൽ നിന്നും ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചോളണം. This very prayer, Mrs. Dante taught James, and he would repeat it in the slightest provocation. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, from a sudden and unprovided for death, deliver us, O Lord. And whenever there was a flash of lightning. And this was had such a huge impression upon little James that all his life he feared thunderstorm. So the thunderstorm as a vehicle of divine power and wrath moved Joyce's imagination so profoundly that to the end of his life he trembled at the sound. Later in life, when a friend asked him why he was so affected, Joyce's reply was, "You were not brought up in a Catholic Ireland." And those who've read James's novels will remember that one of the things that Stephen Dedalus fears in a portrait is thunderstorm. And Stephen also fears dogs. Joyce was very scared of dogs. Then, one of the biggest ironies of world literature, I would say, that the greatest proponent of modernism in fiction is also the most autobiographical of all writers. I'm tempted to quote Coetzee's statement that all writing is autobiography. And this statement is absolutely valid in the case of James Joyce. Whatever he heard, whatever he experienced, everything he converted to art and put it in his writing. So he is easily the most autobiographical of all writers. But at the same time, he maintained a kind of impersonality, the kind of impersonality that T.S. Eliot would talk about in his essay, and this concept of tradition. Okay, now, when James was 6.5, he was enrolled at the posh Clongove's Wood boarding school, which was run by Jesuit priests. It was an elite school, and James's father was in a very good financial position at the time. He was a government employee, he was a tax collector, rate collector at the Dublin Corporation, and a very prominent politician as well, a Parnellite, a follower of Charles Stewart Parnell, who was the biggest hero, political hero, national hero of Ireland. And he had enough money, and Joyce's father, John James, had plenty of landed property in the homeland of Cork, where they come from. And so they were well off, and he could afford to put his children in this elite boarding school. Now, he was only 6.5, and imagine the child being separated from his family and given to this rigorous Catholic training of Jesuit priests. And the Jesuit motto of education, Jesuit maxim, perhaps it's a statement by Ignatius Loyola. I don't know if it is actually said by Loyola, but that's how the motto goes. Give me a child for the first 7 years of his life, and I will give you the man, and I will speak for him for the rest of his life. This is a kind of claim that the Jesuit educators make. D.S. Lawrence, in one of his essays, refers to this Jesuit maxim. Later in life, when a friend referred to James's formation as Catholic, the word he used was Catholic, and James corrected him, and he said, "Now, for the sake of Elena Sarjan, will you please kindly mute your microphone, please?"
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
And James Joyce corrected him. "Now, for the sake of precision and to get the correct contour on me, you ought to allude to me as a Jesuit and not merely as a Catholic." After his first Holy Communion, he became an altar boy, and then by 1891, the fortunes of the family fell. His father became poor. He lost his job early. He was only 42 when his father was made to retire, compulsory retirement, and was put on a meager pension. Initially, there was not even that pension, but finally it was granted. And his father began to sell their properties one by one, piece by piece. And so soon the family ended up completely bankrupt. There was no money at all. And James, there was a 2-year gap in James's education, and then they were sent to a charity school run by the Christian Brothers. And it so happened that a priest who taught James in the Clongove's Wood school. College is an Irish term for high school, and got him admission in another Jesuit college, and with the fee waiving off, after waiving off the fee. So this was Belvedere College, high school actually, and that's where he completed his schooling. Now, he was a precocious child. He he was a child prodigy, a voracious reader early in his life, and he knew he was cut out for greater things in life. So he was later then he went to University College Dublin, which is also a Catholic institution, which is founded by Cardinal Newman. And so all his intellectual educational formation was in the very rigid and rigorous Catholic ambience. But he knew that he was special. He was conscious of his genius, and he used to tell his family that it's only a matter of time before it is revealed to the world. And by the time he left high school, he had given up his faith, and he had decided to embrace the life of art, and he decided to become an artist himself. Now, if those who have read a portrait of the artist as a young man, well, it is perhaps the most autobiographical of novels. Everything about Stephen Dedalus is James's own testimony, James's own convictions, and beliefs and attitudes and responses. Okay, I'll just give you an example of his conviction about greatness. The day after watching a performance of a German play by Sudermann, one of the German writers he liked, this play is called Magda, or Heimat, the German name. Joyce watched this with his family, and the next day they were discussing the play with his parents, and James had the cheekiness to tell his parents that the subject of the play is genius breaking out in the home and against the home. You needn't have gone to see it. It's going to happen in your own home. This is reported by Stanislaus and Joyce himself. And this particular play he was very fond of, and he would quote a sentence from that. It goes like this: "We must sin if we wish to grow. To become greater than our sins is more than all the purity you preach." And in a portrait, Stephen Dedalus says, "To live, to err, to fail, to triumph, to recreate life out of life. That is what is all that matters." Now, in the second school that he went to, that's Belvedere, James Joyce learned French, Latin, and Italian, in addition to specializing in English. So by the time he went to college, he knew 4 languages fluently: Latin, French, and Italian. He would learn a few more European languages later, Norwegian, only to read Ibsen in the original. And similarly, to read some of the German contemporary masters in their original language, Hottman in particular. Joyce went and learned German. So he knew all these European languages, and he was familiar with the writings of in all these languages, both classical and contemporary. And both Richard Ellman in his definitive biography and Stanislaus Joyce in his memoir have written about how James used to read a great many of books of all kinds and at great speed. When he liked an author, his way of dealing with authors is, if you like an author, he would read all the books by that particular author. So he would read everything by him. So author after author, title after title. So George Meredith, Thomas Hardy, Ibsen, Tolstoy, Shakespeare, he would finish text after text. And while he was in college, he announced that an Italian writer, D'Annunzio's novel, Il Fuoco, which is translated into English as A Flame of Life, or The Flame, he declared that it is the most important achievement in the novel, the greatest novel in the world. And why is this book special? Well, D'Annunzio, the Italian writer, had turned his own iconoclastic life, rebellious life, into fiction. And in this novel, that is The Flame, action is eliminated. It is a discursive text. It's all about ideas, thoughts, dialogues. And he made the novel a prolonged lyric in prose. Now we understand why James Joyce was fascinated by this novel and declared that this is the greatest novel in fiction. I mean, the greatest text in fiction, because it's precisely the direction that James Joyce himself would take eventually, and Ulysses becoming the ultimate text in this mode. Okay, now I just want to talk about three individuals and how they influenced James Joyce, the formation of James Joyce. One is the politician Charles Stewart Parnell, an Irish nationalist politician, member of Parliament, and he was a champion of the Home Rule movement, and also the leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party. James Joyce's father was a great follower, admirer of Parnell's party. Parnell's followers were called Parnellites. Now, Parnell was Ireland's uncrowned king, adored by millions, including John James and also little James. On 24th December 1889, Captain William O'Shea, Parnell's close friend, lieutenant and admirer, friend and party colleague, filed a petition for divorce from his wife Kitty, citing Kitty's decade-long adultery with Parnell. Now, the divorce was granted without any objection. It should have ended there, but Parnell was the eyesore of the British, and the British was trying, and the media in particular was trying everything to discredit him. There were several attempts to discredit him, and when they got an opportunity like this, well, they did whatever they could. Also, the politicians in Britain, because Parnell was a champion of the Home Rule movement in Ireland. And also the other politicians in Ireland. Parnell's own party initially sided with him, defended him. Tim Healy was Parnell's lieutenant, the second most important leader of the party. Well, he declared that the leader should not be abandoned within sight of the promised land. This is what he declared initially, but later he too changed sides and joined the anti-Parnell campaign. Ireland's national hero had to step down, withdraw from public life, and within a year he would die unceremoniously at the age of 45. But then his death actually divided the whole of Ireland, I would say. There was an immediate outpouring of solidarity, an public expression of solidarity with Parnell. And now Parnell is a national hero. Now, Parnell's defeat was always spoken of by his admirers as a betrayal. With Captain O'Shea, the bishops, the greatest pressure was actually exerted by the Catholic Church of Ireland, because they could not tolerate adultery, and even if it is committed by the greatest political hero. And Tim Healy, Parnell's lieutenant, was seen as the chief villain of the plot. Now, James's father, John Joyce, was heartbroken. And incidentally, his leader's fall coincided with his own financial misfortune. The same year that Parnell died, that James Joyce's father, John, lost his job, and the family was exposed to poverty. Now, James Joyce was 9 years old, only 9 years old. And what did he do? He wrote a poem titled Yet To Healy. Now, his father was impressed with the lines, and he printed copies and circulated it among friends and fellow Parnellites. No copy survives, except for a few lines that Stanislaus remembers. And Stanislaus Joyce remembers that it ends with the death of Parnell and likened to an eagle looking down on Ireland. Why do I say this here? Well, it's one of Joyce's earliest compositions, and perhaps his first poem, major poem. I don't know if he wrote anything before this. Now, Parnell as Caesar also gave James Joyce his narrative model of an ancient prototype with a modern instinct. And Parnell also appears as himself in a portrait. So that's the first incident that I want to highlight. The second is about the Irish theatrical movement, and it's the inauguration of the Irish National Theatre in 1899. And the inaugural performance was Yeats's play, The Countess Kathleen. This was May 1899, and James Joyce at the time was in University College. And there were several rumors about Yeats's play and about the political content and its theme. And it was supposed to be heretical as well as critical of certain Irish behavior. For Joyce, Yeats was the greatest Irish writer, Ireland's greatest living writer. He bought a ticket and watched the first performance. And when the performance was on, a group of students, mostly of the Catholic community and members of the Catholic student community, the student organization in the university, booed and hooted at passages they thought were against the interest of Ireland, as well as, or more importantly, I would say, of the Catholic Church. But at the end of the performance, Joyce stood up and clapped vigorously to show his public support to Yeats's play. All his close friends, all of them Catholics, took the opposite view, and Joyce was isolated. He was a loner, and the Catholic students drafted a letter of protest and asked everyone to sign it. James refused, and this letter was later published in a Freeman's Journal. Now, Yeats was critical of Irish behavior, Irish clumsiness. This is something that James Joyce also shared, and all his life he would be critical of Ireland, even as he used Ireland for all his literary works. He was always detached. He had a very curious relationship with Ireland. He could not live in Ireland, but he could not think of or write about anything else other than Ireland. That was his strange combination. He had the same relationship with his father. So with his father and his fatherland, Yeats had to keep away, but at the same time could not avoid or escape from. Okay, now I come to Ibsen. Ibsen was James Joyce's favorite writer at a particular point of time. And in the Literary and Historical Society in the University College, like this forum that is organizing the seminar, James Joyce was supposed to read a paper on drama and life. This was in October 1899. And James was just 17 years old at the time, a student, undergraduate student. He thought of using the occasion to counter the arguments against modern drama, and against Ibsen in particular, raised by fellow students. Most students were critical of Ibsen, and they favored the classical writers, the masters, the Shakespeare's, and all those classical writers. And James Joyce decided to defend Ibsen. So he wrote a paper carefully, and when it was submitted to the society, they objected to its content. They argued that it was heretical because it was promoting some of Ibsen's ideas which are not acceptable to this conservative Irish, very Catholic sensibility. Now, this was Joyce's first experience of censorship. All his life he would deal with that. He would have to deal with it, the idea of censorship. What did James Joyce do? He wrote to the editor of Fortnightly Review and asked if they are interested in publishing a general article on Ibsen's work. Mind you, he was only 17 years old, and he's writing to Fortnightly Review, a very highly respected literary journal. And he got the reply that a general article was not needed, but that they would consider a review of Ibsen's latest play, which was running at the time, When We Dead Awaken. This turned out to be Ibsen's last play. And Joyce immediately got a copy of translation of Ibsen's play, read it, and wrote a review. But then he also added several original observations on Ibsen's art in general. And this article, titled Ibsen's New Drama, it was sent to the Fortnightly Review, and it got published in the April issue of 1900. And this stunned the whole of the University College, his students, his classmates and college mates in particular, and even his teachers. He suddenly became a celebrity. Ibsen's New Drama. Then he also got some money. It was a substantial amount, actually. perhaps the first reward, professional consideration he had for his writings. He got a monetary compensation, perhaps, that he got. But the biggest surprise was yet to come. He got a letter from the writer William Archer, which quoted Ibsen, the great man himself. Ibsen had read this review and felt grateful to the author. And William Archer was kind enough to let Joyce know this. And Joyce was elated. And he immediately wrote back to Archer, "I'm an Irish young man, 18 years old, and the words of Ibsen I shall keep in my heart all my life." Well, one could say James Joyce's career as a professional writer was launched with that. Richard Ellman in his biographies points out, before Ibsen's letter, James Joyce was an Irishman. After it, he was a European. Like Ibsen also. Ibsen, like our own Tagore, was a staunch critic of the idea of nationalism. Ibsen always talked about the need to get out of these narrow considerations of your own community, your own region, locality, national identity, religious identity. Only then can a person realize his potential. This is something that Ibsen articulated through his writings and something that James Joyce also completely believed in. So before this letter from Ibsen, James Joyce was an Irishman, an Irish writer, struggling Irish writer, or starting off. But then after this letter, he decided to become a European, and he became a European. He set himself to master languages and literature and read so widely that it is hard to say definitely of any important creative work published in the late 19th century that he had not read. Often in the classrooms, whenever a teacher would refer to some of the contemporary books, recent publications, and ask Joyce, are you familiar with this? Joyce would say, yeah, I've read it. I've already read it. And he was not lying. He was such a voracious reader. His family by now accepted his literary taste. On one occasion, when a visitor found a book by Emile Zola, who was considered a scandalous writer at the time, in the Joyce drawing room, and this visitor criticized the parents for allowing young Joyce to read a writer like Zola. And the parents replied, must be James's father, I'm sure, Jim can read what he likes. See, John Joyce had no money on him. There were many days when there was no food on the table. But John would always give his son James money to buy foreign books, even when the family did not have enough to eat. Richard Ellman gives a long list of books that have James Joyce's signature and also the dates, the early years of the 20th century on them, his own personal copies. Tolstoy, Flaubert, Verlaine, all these writers. He was a voracious reader with a tremendous range and enjoyed contemporary writers and classics alike. He studied Dante intensely, that he got the nickname the Dante of Dublin. He learned Norwegian so that he can read Ibsen in the original. Similarly, he learned German so that he can read some of the German masters in their original. He would even translate the works of Hauptmann and Ibsen into other languages, into Italian. And so perhaps he was trying to imbibe Eliot's concept of tradition, that historical sense that compels a man to write not merely with his own generation in his bones, but with a feeling that the whole of the literature of Europe from Homer and within it, the whole of literature of his own country has a simultaneous existence and composes a simultaneous order. This quote you must have immediately recognized is from Eliot's famous 1919 essay, Tradition and the Individual Talent. Then, in 1900, 18-year-old James wrote his first play titled A Brilliant Career, and with a curious dedication. You know what the dedication is? It goes like this: to my own soul, I dedicate the first true work of my life. Self-dedication. And interestingly, this is the only dedication James Joyce ever made. Now, he sent this text to his literary benefactor, William Archer, who wrote to him about Ibsen for opinion. Well, neither Joyce nor Archer was convinced of its quality, and eventually Joyce destroyed this work. we have no trace of this first play. The only play that we have is Exiles, and somebody is going to talk about that. I'm sure. I think my friend Jeevan is going to talk about it in the afternoon. Then Joyce had written verses. I told you about this poem on Parnell, but even before and after that, he, like everybody else, he started writing poetry. He used to write poems regularly, and he had even compiled a collection called Moods or something, but most of these poems were lost. And the chamber music is the first collection which was published and which is still available to us. Now, perhaps James Joyce was trying different forms of writing, experimenting with drama, with poetry, before settling on what would become his medium. Now, even at that age, James Joyce was supremely confident of his prose. I told you this confidence was bordering on arrogance, but now we realize it was not arrogance. It was actually a recognition of his own worth. He even felt that he could write better than many masters, including the Hardys and the Tolstoys, let alone lesser writers. And he began to record his thoughts and arguments as prose poems in a notebook. James Joyce would call them epiphanies. This was James Joyce's own training or practice for the later writing of the three great works of fiction: A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, Ulysses, and Finnegan's Wake. Maybe you can also include Stephen Hero, which was the original draft of A Portrait. And James actually wanted to destroy it. He threw it into the fire. And luckily for us, his sister rescued it. And so today, it was published much later, Stephen Hero. This is completely different from, not completely, but substantially different from The Portrait. Okay, now, another important publication around this time is an article titled The Day of the Rabblement. This is an important critical text because it criticizes the parochialism of the Irish literary theatre. And it begins, the opening sentence: "No man, said the Nolan, can be a lover of the true and good unless he abhors the multitude. And the artist, though he may employ the crowd, is very careful to isolate himself." This is exactly what he would do the rest of his life. He would employ the crowd, he would use them as material, but then he will always be careful to isolate himself. I want to quote his the all-important passage from A Portrait of the Artist. Stephen Dedalus declaring his credo. I quote, "I will tell you what I will do," and now this is James Joyce himself, okay? James Joyce, in the guise of his character, Stephen Dedalus. "I will tell you what I will do and what I will not do. I will not serve that in which I no longer believe, whether it calls itself my home, my fatherland, or my church. And I will try to express myself in some mode of life or art as freely as I can and as wholly I can, using for my defense the only arms I allow myself to use: silence, exile, cunning." The three tools, three instruments for anybody to become an artist. So if you want to become an artist, these are the tools: silence, exile, and cunning. And he did employ all three. He was reclusive, very reclusive, perhaps the most reclusive of all writers. So much so, I think it was Tom Stoppard who made an interesting observation about James Joyce's reclusiveness. It goes on like this: "An essentially private man who wished his total indifference to public notice to be universally recognized." So it was that kind of a recluse. And I need not tell you about his craft and cunning. Two speakers have already quoted that statement about Ulysses, how he had deliberately put in all those enigmas and puzzles to trouble the professors of English literature for the next 100 years or so. Okay, now I want to come to the most important part of my presentation. This is James Joyce and his father. Now you have this interesting line from Ulysses, which will form a kind of epigraph to this section. A father, Stephen Dedalus says, a father is a necessary evil. Now, the memory of the father, that's a very intense emotion for any man. It is, if you look at the literary history of Europe in particular, it is an archetypal existential cry. The father figure forms the most fundamental imprint of culture and heredity on human consciousness. Remember Freud's famous description of God as nothing but the rational projection of the child's experience of the father. The father-son motive has remained one of the most recurring themes in world literature as well. It's usually a cocktail of hatred, jealousy, affection, worship, revenge, forgiveness, reconciliation, compassion, and all other conflicting emotions that you can think of. The son wants to kill the father, but often ends up imitating him or repeating his father's mistakes. The father is both the hero and villain of the son's life plot. Right? From the Russian Ivan Turgenev, Fathers and Sons, to our own O.V. Vijayan, this motif has inspired a host of outstanding texts, particularly in fiction. It's especially prominent in Ireland. One finds it in George Moore, W.B. Yeats, John Millington Synge, and many other writers. In the case of James Joyce, it forms a thematic base for much of his fiction. In all three novels, we are short of time, I understand, so I'll just hurry through the rest of this paper. In all the three novels that he wrote, we see the father figure in various forms and values. Now, James Joyce and his father, John Joyce, shared a complicated relationship. John Joyce's father was a versatile talent in his college days, was an excellent singer, mimic, actor, and athlete, a star student. He enrolled for medical science to become a doctor, then dropped off and became a jack of many trades, but a master of none kind of person. He married May Jane, who herself was a talented singer, a member of the local parish choir. So they both were singers and musicians. John Joyce was a Parnellite, was a prominent figure in his locality. He was a government official working as a rate collector for the Dublin Municipal Corporation. But after the fall from grace and death of Parnell, John Joyce lost his job and income at a relatively young age of 42, ran into serious financial trouble, became an alcoholic, and ended up as an irresponsible and abusive husband and father. The meager pension he got was insufficient to feed the big family, their 10 children, James being the eldest. Johns began selling his ancestral property at Cork, piece by piece, to stay afloat. In Elvin's words, he applied himself with equal diligence to the begetting of children and the contracting of mortgages, debts. He had 10 children and 11 mortgages and eventually lost all his property. He filled his house with children and debts. The family had to change residence frequently as John always failed to pay the rent. And John would use a clever strategy to do this consistently. Whenever the dues piled up and the landlord insisted on either full payment or eviction, John would negotiate a deal with his landlord and on condition of moving out, would obtain false receipts of rent payment from the landlord, receipts of rent that he had not paid actually. He will then produce these receipts, false receipts actually, as evidence of his credibility at another place and get a rented residence perhaps for the next few months until the dues pile up too much for the new landlord's comfort and the drama is repeated. The whole family had to endure this humiliation and discomfort repeatedly and helplessly. Stanislaus remembers in his memoir that the frequent movement, that is a change of residence, was inevitably to a smaller house and to a poorer locality. And to make matters worse, the father by this time took to heavy drinking and became abusive, both to his wife and children, especially when he was drunk. Then, in Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, Stephen is asked by his friend Cranley about his father. This question is, what was he? What was your father? And Stephen's answer is actually a comic description of exactly what John Joyce was in real life. You read Richard Ellman or Stanislaus Joyce's memoir, there's the exact picture that you get about John Joyce. And this is Stephen Dedalus's reply. I quote, a medical student, an horseman, a tenor singer, an amateur actor, a shouting politician, a small landlord, a small investor, a drinker, a fellow, a storyteller, somebody's secretary, something in a distillery, a tax gatherer, a banker, and at present, a praiser of his own past. Unquote. Now, of all the 10 children, it was Stanislaw who hated their father most. James, on his part, had developed a kind of immunity or kind of indifference or detachment to all the drama unfolding around him. And Stanislaw remembers when the father was, making all kinds of trouble at home. James would go to his room, lock it up, and would read, completely oblivious of all the drama that was unfolding around him. So this was his way of, staying detached. And when James was just old enough to move out, he left Ireland, and with the exception of a few short visits initially, he would never return to the land of his birth. So exile for Joyce was an all-important prerequisite for his life as an artist. In A Portrait of the Artist, the young man Stephen Dedalus, embodying the spirit of Icarus, the son of the mythical Dedalus, says, and also echoing Joyce's own conviction, when the soul of a man is born in this country, there are nets flung at it to hold it back from flight. You talk to me of nationality, language, religion. I shall try to fly by those nets. Now, I want to bring your attention to a very poignant passage in Stanislaw's memoir. This is about their mother dying, mother's deathbed, and the terrible family drama around it. Here is this painful passage. My father was on his good behavior for the first few weeks, but this is in 1903, and James was about 21 years of age at that time. My father was on his good behavior for the first few weeks, but as the illness dragged on, he became unreliable and had to be watched. One evening towards the end, my father came home screwed, dead drunk, as Aunt Josephine called it, screwed, after having drowned his sorrows copiously with various friends, and went into my mother's room. Besides my aunt, my brother James and I were there. My father asked some perfunctory questions, but it was evident that he was in wild humor and itching to say something. He walked about the room muttering, and then, coming to the foot of the bed, he blurted out, I'm finished. I can't do any more. If you can't get well, die. Die and be damned to you. This was too much for Stanislaus. Forgetting everything, I shouted, you swine, and made a swift move towards my father. Then, to my horror, I saw that my mother was struggling to get out of the bed. I hurried to her at once, while Jim, as he was called at home, Jim let my father out of the room. And my mother panted to me, you mustn't do that. You must promise me never to do that. You know that when he is that way, he doesn't know what he is saying. On another occasion, and in this memo, Stanislaus describes how his father actually tried to kill his mother, this poor lady, how his father once tried to strangle the poor bedridden woman, and how James Joyce intervened and saved her. And she died soon enough. So this was in 1903. James was at her side during the last few days, even reading out to her an essay that he was writing at the time. In a Portrait, you have a similar scene, Stephen reading out to his mother an essay that Stephen was written on Ibsen. Now, James, however, did not fulfill his mother's last wish. His mother wanted James to give his confession and also receive the Holy Communion. James refused. And also, when his mother died and was on a deathbed, and the relatives asked him to kneel down and pray, both James and Stanislaus refused. Okay, the next year, that is 1904, James meets his future wife, Nora Barnacle. This is in the month of June, and within a week, they go out for the first date, as well as the first sexual encounter. This is on 16th June, and this day is now immortalized. It's not penetrative sex, I just put it this way. Nora helped him have pleasure, experience sexual pleasure. But this day, 16th June, is now immortalized as Bloom's Day and celebrated by Joycean fans all over the world. But they don't realize the significance of the day. This is actually the little joke that James Joyce played on all his readers and followers. Okay, Now, Nora and Joyce, they leave Dublin the same year. Joyce was only 22. James gets a job as English teacher at a school, first in Pola and later in Trieste, which is now in Italy, but at the time part of Austria-Hungarian Empire. James lived all his adult life in continental Europe: Pola, Trieste, Rome, Zurich, and Paris. His last visit to Ireland was in 1912. He was 30 years old, and this was much before he became famous or had published any of his major works. So that was the last time he came to Ireland, 1912. James Joyce died in 1941. So for the next 30 years, he never returned to Ireland. Okay. Now, I want to say something about James Joyce's inheritance from his father. From his father, James inherited the gift of music and memory. Both John and James had a great tenor voice of professional quality. James also inherited a bit of his father's athleticism and passion for sport. James was an ardent cricket fan. Like his father, he also began the study of medicine, but gave it up quickly. And James also was a disaster in financial management, and he lived poor all his life. In fact, he was sustained only by the generosity of his friends. Harriet Shaw Weaver, in particular, the editor of Egoist, was his chief sponsor, who continued an anonymous benefaction for decades. Ezra Pound also helped him get financial grants from public institutions. Now, John Joyce had a quick, retentive mind that formed the habit of mastering all seemingly unnecessary details of the locality. And he knew everything about Cork, his ancestral village. He prided himself on knowing the history of every house and household around. This encyclopedia of local trivia was to be inherited by James Joyce as well. And James would put all that in his fiction. Now, but for Stanislaus and also the other children, John Joyce was this wicked, brute, and selfish father who had blighted their lives. He would even try to kill their mother. But for James, well, he had a different response. While he certainly couldn't tolerate his father's presence or behavior, he couldn't forget him or escape from him either. James therefore disowned the person but converted his memory to art. All children carried a deep sense of resentment against the father. From 1920, that's why then all the children had left Ireland, or left the house actually, not Ireland, they left the house. James had left by 1912, as early as 1912. Until John James's death in 1931, the father, John Joyce, lived all alone in a boarding house where he maintained, it seems, cordial relationship with the landlady. The last 19 years of his life, John James did not see his son James at all, not even once, because James did not return to Ireland, even though he used to write to his father. But for 19 years, the last 19 years of his life, John James did not see his eldest son. Nor did Stanislaus see any reason to come back and visit his father in his last phase. When the old man died, all that was left in his room was an old suit of clothes, a coat, hat, boots and stick, and a copy of his son's only play, Exiles. Now, the picture of John Joyce that emerges out of Stanislaus' memoir is one of a terrible husband and father. The book exudes a raw sense of grievance. But for James, the more talented son, well, he would do something different. He made an entire career out of his anger towards his father, and he forged in the smithy of his soul a portrait of his country in the guise of his drunken and wayward father, which the world would recognize even while feeling his pain. Throughout his works, particularly fiction, the 3 novels and also the discarded first draft Stephen Hero, and also the short stories collected as Dubliners, especially those stories, Grace, The Dead. There is another presentation on the stories here. Well, James Joyce tried to recreate his father, reimagine him, invoke him, live in his world. James Joyce found the space between what he knew about his father and what he felt about him so haunting and captivating. He forged a style and produced a huge body of work, evoking the shivering ambiguities of the experience, combining the need to be generous with the need to be truthful, and presenting before us its variety and exuberance, as well as its pain and misery. And Stanislaus writes in My Brother's Keeper, my brother James was less affected by these scenes than I was, though they certainly influenced his attitude towards marriage and family life. That attachment to his father, which was to be one of the dominant motives in his character, remained unchanged. When he went up to Conglos, the home he left was moderately prosperous and happy. As he remained there until he was almost 10, he knew only the more gracious aspect of our family life, the more amiable side of my father's character. Now, I want to end this section with a few samples of James Joyce's own writing about his father. This is James Joyce talking about his father. In a letter that he wrote to T.S. Eliot after 1931, after his father died in 1931, James Joyce says, I quote, he, that's my father, had an intense love for me, and it adds anew to my grief and remorse that I did not go to Dublin to see him for many years. I kept him constantly under the illusion that I would come. And though I was always in correspondence with him, but in some instinct I believed in held me back from going, much as I longed to. Then, in another letter, which he wrote to his benefactor, lifelong benefactor, Harriet Weaver, James Joyce writes, I was very fond of him always, being a sinner myself, and even liked his faults. Hundreds of pages and scores of characters in my books came from him. I got from his portraits a waistcoat, a good tenor voice. I got from him his portraits, a waistcoat, a good tenor voice, and an extravagant licentious disposition, and something else I cannot define. Then James Joyce later told his friend in Paris, Louis Gillet, that the humor of Ulysses, his novel Ulysses, is my father's. Its people are his friends. The book is his spitting image. And I want to end this by quoting a couple of statements from James Joyce's fiction. This is what you find at the end of his last novel, Finnegan's Wake. At the end we read, it's sad and weary, I go back to you, my cold father, my cold, mad father, my cold, mad, fiery father, unquote. Also, the very last line of A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man reads, I quote, old father, old artificer, it could be Daedalus. Old father, old artificer, stand me now and ever in good stead, unquote. Now, John Joyce died on 29th December 1931 at the ripe age of 82. Within 2 months, that's in February 1932, James Joyce becomes a grandfather. James Joyce had only one son, that's Giorgio, and that Giorgio got a son. The child, a boy, was named Stephen James Joyce, a combination of the names of his illustrious grandfather, James Joyce, and James Joyce's immortal character, Stephen. So Stephen James Joyce was born 2 months after James Joyce's father died. On the very day of his birth, that's 15th February 1932, James Joyce writes a poem titled Ecce Pur. That forms the title of my paper as well. Ecce Pur is a Latin phrase which means, look, it's a boy. Look, it's a boy. The typical response on seeing a boy, baby boy. It's a small poem, just 16 lines, short 16 lines. Allow me to read the whole poem. Ecce Pur. Of the dark past, a child is born. With joy and grief, my heart is torn. Calm in his cradle, the living lies. May love and mercy unclose his eyes. Young life is breathed on the glass. The world that was not comes to pass. A child is sleeping, an old man gone. Oh, father forsaken, forgive your son. Okay, see how he combines the death of his father with the birth of his grandson. A child is sleeping, the newborn baby. An old man gone. Oh, father forsaken, forgive your son. So, on seeing the face of his grandson, Joyce feels remorse of having ignored his father, not seeing him for 19 years. Now, I'll end this. James Joyce lived for only 9 more years. And on 13 January 1941, he died at the age of 59. His body was buried in Zurich, away from his fatherland, and without any religious ritual at all. So this ends the formal presentation of the paper, and allow me another 5 minutes for this tailpiece that I promised. And this is about one of our great modern masters, one of India's greatest writers. You must have guessed it already, O.V.V. Jain, who was a great admirer of James Joyce, and who tried to do something in his life as James Joyce did in his. He also believed in that formula of exile, silence, exile, and cunning. O.V.V. Jain left Kerala very early, and he lived in New Delhi for most of his life, and towards the end he came to Hyderabad. He did not want to live in Kerala, but he wrote so much about Kerala. He wrote as much as he could about Kerala, and he was perhaps the most reclusive among all 20th century Malayali writers. He was always silent, and he was very crafty and cunning in his writing as well. Now, if you look at O.V.V. Jain's writings, you will see how this father-son motif is all pervasive. You look at all his novels, Kasakinte Idihasam, or Guru Sagaram, or Pravajaganta Veli, or Talamuragal, the last novel, which many consider his masterpiece, even rate it above Kasakinte Idihasam. And interestingly, you say this about Kasakinte Idihasam as a novel that divides Malayalam, the history of Malayalam literature into the two eras, before Kasak and after Kasak. It was actually published in 1969. Then there's somebody like P.K. Rajasekaran has studied this father-son motif and has brought out a wonderful book titled Pidru Katigaram, which analyzes this recurrent motifs. I just want to give you a sample from O.V.V. Jain. The first one is from his most famous short story, Kadal Teerathu, which Vijayan himself has translated into English as After the Hanging, which tells the story of a father and son, Vellaiyappan, and his son, Kandunni. Kandunni is about to be hanged, is in the prison in Kannur, and Vellaiyappan goes to Kannur to see his son for one last time before the hanging. Okay, and the first time he is moving out of his village, and first time he is boarding a train and also entering a place as huge as a city. Okay, so he goes leaves his home, walks through the village, and I quote, as he reached the middle of the river, Vellaiyappan was overwhelmed by the expanse of water. It reminded him of sad and loving rituals, of the bathing of his father's dead body, and how he taught his own son, Kandunni, to swim in the river. All this he remembered, and pausing on the riverbank, wept in memory. And also towards the end of the story, there was this meeting, this very poignant meeting between father and son. Behind the bars of a locked cell stood Kandunni. He looked at his father like a stranger through the awesome filter of a mind that could no longer receive nor give consolation. The guard opened the door and let Vellaiyappan into the cell. Father and son stood facing each other, petrified. Then Vellaiyappan leaned forward to take his son in an embrace. From Kandunni came a cry that pierced beyond hearing, and when it died down, Vellaiyappan said, Vellaiyappan karanju vilichu, Magane ennan. Kandunni maruvali vilichu, Appa. Just these words, but in them, father and son communed in the fullness of sorrow. Unquote. This is from After the Hanging, just a sample. And one more, this is from his most famous work, Kasakinte Idihasam, the last chapter and the very ending of the novel, when Ravi, the protagonist, is about to die. And this novel, is the story of Ravi and his sin and the tremendous guilt that he bears, and how he leaves his house and he could not face his father anymore. And he touches his father's feet and leaves the house silently, and his father's memory haunts him because he has sinned with his father's second wife, that's his stepmother. Father of my eventides, my twilight journeys, allow me to go. I leave this nest of sown leaves, nest of rebirth. The English allow me to put it in Malayalam itself. Sayana yatragalde acha vidadariga. Mandarathinte ilakal cherthu thunniya പുനർജനിയുടെ ഈ കൂട് വിട്ട് വീണ്ടും യാത്രയാണ്. സായാഹ്ന യാത്രകളുടെ അച്ഛ വിടതരിക. Okay. I want to end this presentation by sharing a curious fact from O.V. Vijayan's own life. O.V. Vijayan, while he was in New Delhi, away from his homeland, got this telegram from Palakkad that his father was sinking. O.V. Vijayan decided not to go. But then his friends put pressure on him. No, your father is going to die. You have to go and meet him. And interestingly, his father was a policeman, was part of the MSP, Malabar Special Police, a special police troop that was formed during the 1921 the riots, okay, the Mapala riots. It was a very stern figure, and O.V. Vijayan was scared of him all his life. I don't want to go into the details of O.V. Vijayan's biography because this is about James Joyce's seminar, but I'll just end it with highlighting this curious parallel. Okay, so Vijayan decided not to go initially, but his friends and neighbors, especially the writer friends, insisted that he should go and see his father one last time. And so Vijayan goes home after many years, spends a few days or perhaps weeks with his father, taking care of his father and all that, and then he leaves, comes back to Delhi, and within a few days his father dies. And this time Vijayan decides not to go home and or even attend the ceremonies, the Hindu rituals of his father. Right? So Ottupulakil Velukutty, that's father's name, did not have the company of his son for this last journey. Okay? And later when O.V. Vijayan's mother died, again he was in Delhi, he decided not to go. So he did not attend his mother's funeral either. Jump cut to 2005. O.V. Vijayan dies. Now this time he is in Hyderabad. His wife Teresa was teaching in a university there, and she was retired, of course. And so he spent his last days in Hyderabad, and he dies. And it was decided by the family that the body should be taken to Palakkad, and this the ancestral place, and given the ceremonious Hindu ritual and burial. O.V. Vijayan had just only one son. Has only one son. Madhu is an artist now living in America. He had come down all the way from America to Hyderabad. But then when the body was taken to Palakkad, Madhu decided not to accompany it. And so the rituals were done by somebody else, maybe by his nephews perhaps. Well, Vijayan's masterpiece, or the great novel, the last novel that he wrote, is titled Generations, Talamuragal. On that note, I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you, Febu and company, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your detailed class. Now participants can ask your questions. You can either unmute your mic or post it in the chat box.
Perhaps I will myself ask a question. Joseph sir, that was a brilliant presentation. And I wished you to actually juxtapose James Joyce, though I didn't tell that, and O.V. Vijayan. Anyway, it was a very good juxtaposition. And just want to ask you about this fact that there is a kind of ambivalent relationship between the father and son in James Joyce and here about O.V. Vijayan. Is it a kind of denial of traditions, a kind of hatred towards traditions? But Then I have also in mind Sakariya's comment about Vijayan, that though Vijayan taught him all about fundamentalism and all, finally Vijayan did not completely become secular. He sided with a particular religious sect. So was he completely against traditions, or it was a kind of confusion in him? Was it the same in James Joyce? These are my doubts.
Okay. Shall I respond?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Vijayan started off as a communist, as a leftist and a modernist, but ended up as a spiritualist. It's not any religious sect that he joined. He was always looking for some spiritual solace. He was looking for a guru, somebody who can creative minds as well. So my answer would be that this confusion, this ambiguity is so very crucial for any artist, and especially for somebody like James Joyce. I would say that is the most important element of his creative inspiration. Thank you.
Okay, so it's a relevant point that you said, that there is a kind of
my friend Anjana wants to say something. Yes, please, Anjana ma'am.
Yes, Josie sir, may I ask you, seek a clarification from you? It was a very interesting point, the comparison that you drew between O.V. Vijayan and James Joyce. But I just have a doubt. Joyce was always against history. I think if I remember correctly, he says history is a nightmare from which I am trying to escape, isn't it?
Yes. You're right. There is no comparison between James Joyce, the writer, and O.V. Vijayan, the writer. I just wanted to bring in that father-son motif. That's the only point of analogy I'm making.
Because Vijayan remained a political cartoonist. You know, he was a very sharp observer in politics, and he wrote Gurusagaram protesting against emergency. If I isn't it?
Dharmapuranam.
No, Dharmapuranam. Sorry, Dharmapuranam. So in that aspect, I think there is some difference between the two. But the point that you drew is very interesting one, especially since we teach portrait of the artist for MA students. I think we can bring in this comparison. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. I'm so happy that you are here. Thank you.
Yeah. I had actually an open defense of my colleague, and I rushed in to listen after that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali teacher.
Prabhu, shall we wind up? I don't want to tax the poor students anymore. It's already 12:30.
There are no other questions. Actually, I have plenty of questions, but then perhaps.
Yeah, even I know. I'm sorry. I took more time than.
No, it was interesting. It was relevant.
I did not know that this paper would be so long. I just started writing it and it so evolved.
Yeah, it was nice.
It ended up this long. I'm sorry about it.
Yeah, the arguments were nice. If anybody has more questions to ask, students can ask. One interesting thing is that Vijayan has also experimented a lot in Malayalam literature. But I often felt that MT has become more popular than Vijayan, and there is an inertia to experiments in Malayalam.
Yeah, MT is a realist actually, a traditional writer, but Vijayan is a modernist actually.
Yeah.
Like James Joyce, he was the one who experimented with the form and also bringing in all these, unfamiliar themes, his stories about sex, about violence, about ugliness, all those things. Yeah, that is the influence of James Joyce, I would say, another modernist writer. Vijayan was also a very voracious reader, profound reader.
Yeah.
But towards the end, he became I would say, he became helpless. I would use that word. Very weak, and he was looking for some solace. James Joyce died at 59 when he was still at the prime of his intellectual faculties, even though he had become almost blind, completely blind by that time. but he was still that very mischievous, look at Finnegan's Wake and the kind of wordplay and that he indulges in. I have a copy of that book. I don't know what to do with this. It reads like some foreign language written in English script. The way he plays with spelling words and all that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So if you don't have any more questions, we can move to the final aspects. Joaquin.
Thank you, sir. Now, Miss Irene Biju Kaluvalier of 3rd BA English will now give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. I'm extremely happy to be given an opportunity to propose the vote of thanks at the end of this session. The past 1 hour was indeed a learning experience as we were fortunate enough to listen to an esteemed and learned personality as Sri Josie Joseph. Thank you, sir, for giving us an in-depth look at James Josie's life as a young man and then his rise to fame as a writer. Your very detailed account of the biography of young James Joyce perhaps stemmed from your passionate reading of the work of Joyce's life written by Richard Almans. Thank you, sir, for your brilliant presentation on a portrait of James Joyce as a young man. A word of thanks also to the participants who put forth questions and sought clarification during the interactive one and made the session even more beneficial for the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. There's an announcement. Certificates will be provided to the participants. The link will be given in the chat box on the 2nd day of the symposium. And the next section by Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar will begin at 1 p.m. Please, I request the participants to rejoin at 1 p.m. Thank you.
So thank you, Joseph. That's all.
നീ എവിടെയാടിയത്?
ജോൺസൺ.
Hello, Jeevan. Josie here. Happy to see you.
ജോസി,
ഞാൻ ഇച്ചിരി സമയം കൂടുതൽ എടുത്തു കേട്ടോ. എന്റെ സെഷൻ രാവിലെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
കാരണം ഒരു 1:30 ഒരു 12:30 കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇത് ഫസ്റ്റ് സെഷൻ മോർണിംഗ് സെഷൻ വൈൻഡ് അപ്പ് ചെയ്തപ്പോ. അതുകൊണ്ട് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാനായിട്ടൊക്കെ പോയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കുറച്ച് സമയം എടുക്കും.
അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ലേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് മതി, നമുക്ക് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. പിന്നെ 2:30 വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളൂ അടുത്ത ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ചെറിയുടെ സെഷനെ.
സാറേ അതനുസരിച്ച് ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട് ടൈം. സ്റ്റുഡൻറ് ജോസ് സാറിന്റെ സ്റ്റുഡന്റിനകത്താണ് ദീപ.
Good afternoon and welcome to the next section of the two-day Central National Symposium on James Joyce under Ulysses. I welcome Ms. Akshara Suresh of 3rd BA English for the welcome speech and introducing the resource person. I delightfully introduce the resource person for this session, Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar, the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of English, the Henry Baker College, Melukav Kottayam. He carried out his research under the guidance of Dr. P.P. Ravindran at School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. He is an acclaimed translator, scholar, orator, and a critic who has translated 7 books from English into Malayalam till date. Sir has co-edited, along with Sri Cherry K. Jacob, Nuances textbook of study for BA English Semester 1 is an impressive textbook for gaining proper ideas about research methodology and application of theory in research. He has delivered several invited talks on key academic topics in various symposiums and seminars. Sir, we are blissed to have you with us, and we heartily welcome you to deliver the main lecture for the session on the topic James Joyce Theatre Negotiations, Exile, the Play, and Early Literary Criticism on Shakespeare.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, hello. Okay. I have made a very brief PPT presentation. So I'll just try to upload it now. So I'll be speaking mostly on the play Exiles and how Joyce's experiments with theatre and his relationship with Shakespearean plays as well as the plays of Ibsen helps us to understand this play. So before we start, I would just refer to the major characters. I don't know whether most of the people have read this play. So these are the major characters. Richard Rowan, a writer who comes back to Dublin after 9 years of exile in Rome. Then his partner Bertha and their son Archie. Then Robert Hand, Richard's long-term friend, a successful journalist. And of course, Beatrice Justice as well, Robert's cousin and Richard's former love interest. So Exiles is about the temporary return of the author Richard Rowan and his partner Bertha to their birthplace Dublin, which Richard left 9 years before, due to some dissatisfaction with the reigning morals there. And upon arrival in Dublin, it turns out that Rowan's childhood friend Robert Hand has long been in love with Bertha and still harbors some deep feelings for her, thus leading to a love triangle in conventional terms. So this triangular relationship is complicatedly intersected by a second love triangle involving Richard Rowan, Robert Hand, and Robert's cousin Beatrice. The story contains many autobiographical elements in Joyce's life, which we will elaborate later, including Rowan's complicated relationship with his expatriate friends in Italy and his disdain for Dublin. So we look at the major themes now. So these are the major themes. We'll elaborate much on this later. I think we will move on to the stage history of this play, because this is rather interesting. Exiles did not enjoy the theatrical success for which Joyce had hoped. Perhaps it was because of the difficulties imposed by the play itself. In 1915, in a letter to Joyce, Ezra Pound bluntly commented that the play won't do for the stage. And he also said that even to read it takes very close concentration of attention. I don't believe an audience would follow it or take it in. That is part of his letters, Pound's letters. But Pound was kind enough to suggest that Joyce send the play to some stage society in London. But he suspected that Exiles would not be suitable for the Abbey Theatre. And in fact, the play was rejected by W.B. Yeats on the grounds that it was not an Irish folk drama. And therefore, the actors of the Abbey Theatre will not be able to perform it well. The first stage production of Exiles was not in English, but in German translation in 1990. In Munich, actually. But its first English language premiere was at New York, and it was moderately successful in 1925. Even though it was presented in London in 1926, it was a flop. Then, the most successful presentation of the play happened in 1970 when Harold Pinter directed the play. And regarding the plot, I'll give a very brief synopsis of this plot. The play has 3 acts. The action opens in Dublin in the sitting room of Richard Rowan's home, where Beatrice Justice talks with Rowan. Their conversation refers to personal topics about his writing, their 8-year-old correspondence while Richard was living in Rome with Bertha and Archie, Beatrice's love for Robert Hand, that is Richard's long-time friend and Beatrice's cousin, and the attitude of Richard's mother towards Richard's relationship with Bertha, which we will take up later. Richard breaks off this conversation and leaves the room to avoid meeting Robert, who subsequently enters with a large bunch of red roses for Bertha. Beatrice too leaves to give Archie a piano lesson. She's a music teacher. But the feeling of distance and the tone of embarrassment that dominates their conversation clearly signal their changed relationship. Robert and Bertha, on the other hand, seem to enjoy a much more intimate bond. When the others have left them alone, they talk of their affection for one another. They hold hands, embrace, and kiss. The scene is intentionally ambiguous. Robert appears consumed by his passion for Bertha. She, on the other hand, neither encourages nor discourages his advances. This ambivalent attitude will emerge as the central issue of the play. Robert also mentions that he will encourage Richard to take a position in the university in order to ensure that Bertha is close by. Just before Richard returns, Bertha consents to go later to Robert's home in Ranelagh. That's a nearby place. In the scene that unfolds after Robert has left, the conflicted sexual relationship of the central characters come to the foreground. It becomes clear that Richard is fully aware of Robert's attempts at seduction. Bertha and Richard discuss her conversation with Robert in detail. Bertha's own feelings are by no means clear, and she accuses Richard of doing the work of the devil by trying to turn Robert against her, as she claims. And he had tried to turn Archie against her, her own son against her. In addition, Bertha, who knew of the correspondence between Richard and Beatrice, accuses Richard of being in love with Beatrice and also of trying to manipulate Robert's relationship with Bertha. By the end of the act, when Bertha asks Richard to forbid her to go to Robert's home, the inability or unwillingness of the characters to act independently becomes evident. Although Richard says that she must decide for herself, it remains clear to the audience that he has manipulated the situation by allowing it to progress without his intervention. Act 2 opens with Robert waiting for Bertha in his cottage. However, Richard arrives first and declares that Bertha has told him everything. The conversation that follows raises the questions of fidelity, friendship, and freedom central to the play. When Bertha finally arrives, Robert leaves to wait in the garden. Richard and Bertha then discuss trust and their own relationship before Richard departs. Bertha calls Robert in from the garden. They too talk about freedom, love, and choice. And the act ends ambiguously, giving the audience no clear sense of what will happen between Bertha and Robert. Now we come to the third act. The third act begins early on, the morning of the next day, at Richard Rowan's home, with Bertha seated alone in the drawing room. Beatrice Justice enters, bringing a copy of the morning newspaper, which contains an article on Richard's life written by Robert Hand. Bertha and Beatrice confront one another on the issues of Richard's return to Ireland and his writing. Although the central concerns remain unresolved, before Beatrice leaves, Bertha offers her friendship. At this point, Richard comes into the drawing room and he and Bertha begin a conversation in which they attempt to resolve the conflict in their attitudes towards freedom and fidelity. Robert Hand enters after Richard leaves for his study. Bertha scolds Robert for planning to leave the country without a word to her. She also seeks to bring about a reconciliation between Richard and Robert. She calls Richard back from his study, and Robert confesses his failure to him. After Robert has left, however, it becomes apparent that he has given Richard little consolation. Richard speaks of, I quote, the wound of doubt in his soul, and the play ends with Bertha speaking softly, asking him to return as a lover to her once again. So that is a brief summary of the play. We'll discuss it in more detail. The play clearly highlights themes crucial to Joyce's many works, that is exile, friendship, love, freedom, betrayal, and doubt. As evident from the title, the theme of exile operates both literally and figuratively throughout the play. On the literal level, the term exile should seem rather slippery. Richard's self-imposed banishment of 9 years is also temporary, ending with his return to Ireland. At the figurative level, the exile recurs through the estrangements between the main characters. They are exiled from, their identities are exiled from their close relationships. In a spiritual separation, it's a spiritual separation that alienates one from the other, and that by the end of the play seems to force Robert to leave the country. Joyce makes us aware of the way that estrangement, though not bound by place, can produce the same effect as literal exile. Paradoxically, it results not from the failure of a country to sustain its people, but from the failure of unrestrained freedom to sustain friendship and love. This deeper, more primal form of expulsion acts as the major concern and provides the central metaphor of Joyce's play. And we look at the various shades of freedom in this play. Joyce seems to hint that unlimited freedom can burden the soul and paralyze the mind. Bertha, feeling abandoned in the freedom given her by Richard, suffers mental paralysis, I quote, a phrase used by Joyce about her in the notes for the play. Bertha's paralysis comes to the foreground at the end of the first act. She asks Richard to decide whether she should or should not visit Robert, and he refuses, leaving the choice to her. When Bertha does go to Richard's cottage, she finds Richard waiting there, unwilling to exert his own will, but unable not to engage in what happens. Whether it is intentional or unintentional, this move intimidates Robert, who is unable to face Bertha and Richard together and keeps away until Richard leaves. Betrayal seems inevitable in Richard's world of unrelenting freedom because he proves to be as incapable as a conventional husband of surrendering control. At the end of the play, which Joyce referred to as, I quote, a 3 cat and mouse acts, whether with the characters or the readers or the spectators. And here Richard admits to Bertha, I quote, I have wounded my soul for you, a deep wound of doubt which can never be healed. However, even here, a knot of ambiguity remains. Considering Richard's behavior during the course of the drama, it remains an open question whether he masochistically enjoys in being wounded. And Joyce has made certain comments on the title. When explaining the play's title in his notes, Joyce declares that, I quote, a nation exacts penance from those who dare to leave her payable on their return, unquote. The same penalty might be said to apply to those who test the limits of friendship and love. The action of the play repeatedly explores not simply the price one must pay for leaving one's country, but also the emotional consequences that one must face as a result of separating oneself from others. Richard Hand stands much more than a geographical exile. He demonstrates the consequences of imposing emotional and spiritual independence upon every aspect of his life. This complex exploration of the theme of exile recurs throughout Joyce's writing. In a lecture entitled Ireland, Island of Saints and Sages, Ireland, Island of Saints and Sages, this is a lecture he made in Italy. Joyce touches upon the ideas that also resonate in Robert's newspaper article, which comes in the last act of the play. His article on Richard, such as the effects that emigration has upon those who must stay at home. In his fiction, From Dubliners to Finnegan's Wake, there is a lingering sense of spiritual and emotional exile as felt by the central characters. But nowhere, however, is the topic of exile presented as overtly as in this play. Now we will have a look at Joyce's association with, or Joyce's influence, how Joyce was influenced by Ibsen. Although numerous critics consider Exiles as a naturalistic stage play and a homage to Ibsen, it is an idea that is questionable. Because first and foremost, Joyce is a modernist writer. And Joyce's play is quite different from Ibsen's naturalist kind of play. But there are certain parallels which I'll be speaking on now itself. In the work of Ibsen, there is a talk of the great influence of the past and on the present. And contrary to the work of Ibsen, especially to Ibsen's last play, When We Dead Awaken, in which we can find a lot of parallels to Exiles. I'll come to that play by Ibsen. But Ibsen's play is a spectacular one, where he discusses sexual freedom and individual choice as just like Joyce's play. And in 1900, James Joyce wrote a review of Ibsen's last play, that is this When We Dead Awaken, in the Fortnightly Review. This is the first publication Joyce ever made. And in this essay, he's all admiration for the Norwegian master. And Joyce always considered Ibsen a great playwright. So I'll just mention something about this last play by Ibsen. It has some similarity to Joyce's Exiles. So this play actually presents a sculptor named Arnold Rubach, who is spending time with his wife Maya in a seaside town. And then the hotel manager comes and talks to this famous sculptor, and he sees a woman dressed in white passing a bit away. And Arnold Rubach, the sculptor, is in some way attracted to that woman. And at the same time, another person enters, a squire, a lord, whose name is Alfheim. Lord Alfheim comes, and he's talking to the manager. And at this time, this sculptor has a chance to speak to this mysterious woman dressed in white. And then he realizes that he knows this woman. It is Irina, his former model. And Irina constantly refers to herself as being dead. And during their conversation, she explains that posing for Arnold was akin to a kind of self-murder, where he captured her soul and put it into his masterpiece, a sculpture called Resurrection. So that is his masterpiece. And though Resurrection brought Arnold Rubach great fame and an abundance of other work, he feels a similar kind of death as Irina feels. And Irina is a mysterious character. She refers to killing all her lovers since after posing to Arnold Rubach for this sculpture, for this particular sculpture. And she says that she always keeps a knife with her, and she has killed every child she had, and some of them while they are in the womb. And Irina asks Arnold where Arnold is going. And they actually want to just make a cruise in the ocean. But she asks him to meet her up in the mountains. So then Maya, Rubach's wife, comes back with Alfheim. And Alfheim is a hunter. He asks Arnold that he should also come to the mountains rather than spend time in the ocean. And from the time they got married, Rubach had promised his wife Maya that he would take her to the mountains, but that never happened. So in the second act of this Ibsen's play, it is almost near a resort in the mountains, where Maya finds Arnold sitting beside a brook. And Maya had spent the morning with Alfheim, the squire. And here Maya and the sculptor, Arnold Rubach, they discuss about Arnold's unhappiness, and he confesses that he has grown tired of Maya. He wants to live with Irina because she had the key to the lock which holds his artistic inspiration. Their relationship was never sexual because Arnold felt it would have ruined his sculpture, that is resurrection. Maya is hurt but insists that Arnold should do as he likes. She even suggests that perhaps the three of them could live together if she does not find a new place to live. And now Irina enters and Maya urges Arnold to speak with her. The pair, these two, that is Arnold and Irina talk. And at one point, Arnold refers to their episode, that is she working as his model. And he turns his back to Irina. And then Irina draws her knife, preparing to stab him from the back. Then he turns round and she hides the knife. Arnold asks Irina to come to live with him and work with him again, explaining that she can unlock his artistic vision once more. She insists that there is no way to resurrect a partnership like theirs, but they agree to pretend they can. And Maya returns with Alfheim on their way to the hunt in the mountains. She's happy and explains that she feels like she's finally awake. She sings a little song which starts with "I am free, no longer in prison." So in the final act takes place on a rocky mountainside with narrow paths and a very shabby hunting hut. Maya and Ulfheim enter already in an argument over sexual, and they are having Maya is actually arguing with her because he had made some sexual advances to her. Maya demands to be taken down to the resort, and Ulfheim points out that the path is too difficult for her, and she will surely die if she goes alone. At this time, Arnold and Irina come up the path from the resort. Alfheim is surprised that they have made it on their own because it is a very difficult path. He warns them that a storm is coming. Since he alone can guide only one person down at a time, he agrees to take Maya down first. And he urges Irina and Arnold to take shelter in the hut until he comes up again with some helpers. Irina is horrified at being rescued. She is convinced that the asylum where she lives with a nun will take her to an asylum, a mental asylum. So she draws the knife again to kill herself. Arnold insists that she should not, and Irina confesses that she almost tried to kill him earlier. And she says that she stopped because she realized that he was already dead. She explains that the love that belongs to their earthly life is dead in both of them. However, Arnold points out that they are both still free, insisting that I quote from the play, we two dead things live life for once to the full. Irina agrees but urges that they must do it above the clouds of the gathering storm. They agree to climb the mountain so that they can be married by the sunlight. As they happily ascend out of view, Maya's song is heard from the distance. Suddenly, an avalanche rolls down the mountain. Arnold and Irina can be seen carried to their deaths. The nun comes now and is followed by Irina. The nun who has followed Irina up the mountain and the witnesses this horror of the last tragic scene. After a moment of silence, she says, "Peace be with you." And we hear, as the play ends, Maya's song in the air. So here also we can see that there is sexual tension, there is some kind of jealousy and all that that happens in the play. So maybe Ibsen's play has in some way influenced Joyce's Exiles. Now we will have a brief look at the modernist elements in Exiles. The first is, of course, or detachment. Also, on the level of content, we see that Richard Rowan and Robert Hand try to undo themselves of bourgeois conventions. They are actually detached persons. They keep themselves away from themselves, though they were very close friends. This detachment that the characters can open the conventions surrounding them. In their social position also, that also enables them to be detached. So there is a self-exile as well. A self-willed isolation, which is a modernist character wants to try to discover his personal values and norms. Thus, Richard asserts about his friend, I quote from the play, all his life he has sought to deliver himself. Every chain but one he has broken, and the one we are to break, Bertha, you and I. So in spite of Rowan's dogmatic assertion, he still considers his life as a search for truth and liberty, which he hopes to attain through detachment from social conventions. Then there's a rich psychological layering in Exiles, in the Exiles. Joyce's play is about the incommunicability of strictly personal experiences and about the impossibility of finding the right words with which to speak about complex erotic relationships. And some critics have even pointed to a kind of veiled homosexual relationship between Richard and Robert. But this is not well supported by the play itself. Anyway, Richard is someone who feels the need for a kind of vicarious thrill of feeling both the pleasure of possession by proxy and indignity of being beholden. Thus, Rowan uses the uncertainty to be able to curb his jealousy. He appears rather to want to remain unknowing than to have to hear a possibly painful truth. That is why Richard, who never shows, who even shows masochistic tendencies. Joyce says like this in the play. In the very core of, this is Richard's speech, in the very core of my ignoble heart, I long to be betrayed by you. He's speaking to Bertha, and that is, he's speaking to Bertha and Robert, betrayed by you and by her. In the dark night, in the night, secretly, meanly, craftily. He does not want to revolt against a possible relationship between Bertha and Robert. Richard is also keen on the details about the meeting between Bertha and Robert, while comparing himself with the betrayed Christ. And he says he is suffering from a deep wound, which we have already mentioned that repeats in the play. He says that he has a deep wound in his soul. And he confesses to Bertha, it is not in the darkness of belief that I desire you, but in a restless living, wounding doubt. I don't know about our time constraints, but I'll take a bit more time because we haven't referred to the Shakespearean overtones in this play. So Rowan's relationship with his mother is also a bit problematic, and she has been a kind of authoritative figure who was against his relationship with Bertha. and he feels a kind of relief after his mother's mother's death. So these kind of psychological concepts are there. Now we'll quickly look at Joyce's relationship with Shakespeare. But before that, I would like to suggest, if you can, you may read a very short essay on, it's not an essay, an article on James Joyce, written by the Spanish novelist Javier Marias. It is James Joyce and his poses. So there he quotes a letter Joyce has written to his wife Nora Barnacle, where Joyce describes himself as a jealous, lonely, dissatisfied, proud man. Maybe we can connect this to the central character of the play, Richard Rowan, but I don't know if it is the right way to look at a play by James Joyce, or if there is a right way to look at any play. Anyway, we'll quickly look at how Shakespeare, what kind of an association Joyce had with Shakespeare. And Joyce, like the high modernist, was critical of Shakespeare's plays. He, like T.S. Eliot, regarded Hamlet as an artistic failure and condemned the play many times. Maybe it was an effort to break free from the overwhelming influence of Shakespeare. Joyce wanted himself to be very independent. That is, he wanted him to be ideally free of any influence. But we all know that there are unmistakably Shakespearean overtones in Joyce's fiction, especially in Ulysses. Maybe we'll be having many symposiums and seminars next year, focusing on Ulysses, then we will elaborate on this. And we'll come to somewhat closely to the play and its references to Shakespeare. William Hazlitt has made a curious observation about Shakespeare's immorality. I quote from an article which Hazlitt wrote on Shakespeare's Measure for Measure. This is the quote. Shakespeare was the least, we all know this, Shakespeare was the least moral of all writers. For morality is made of antipathies, and his talent consisted in sympathy with human nature, in all its shapes, degrees, elevations, and depressions. And I think Robert Hand, this could be connected to Exiles, because Exiles is a play that rejects conventional morality, and it looks at depression, the way in which human relationships go through various degrees of elevations and depressions. And I would like to refer to one particular passage from the play Exiles, where Robert Hand implores Bertha to yield to him sexually, saying, "I am sure that no law made by man is sacred before the impulses of passion. Who made us for one only?" That is what he asks. He continues, "It's a crime against our own being if we are so. So there is no law before impulse. Laws are for slaves." So here also, Joyce rejects morality like Shakespeare. And now, in one of the notes on Exiles, Joyce mentions Shakespeare's Othello. Because since jealousy, sexual jealousy runs as a theme in this play, it naturally brings in overtones of Othello. And this invites our attention to the unexplored aspects of jealousy, as well as Shakespeare's constant presence in Joyce's mind. In the third act of Exiles, Richard echoes Iago's famous I am not what I am. From Act 2, Scene 1, from Act 1, Scene 2, where he makes a slight change and says, I am what I am. And there are also other references to the play, especially when Beatrice speaks with or has a conversation with Richard. Certain mysterious voices are heard from outside. And then Richard directly refers to this line from Tempest, the island is full of voices. Anyway, these are the things I have made on, or I have to present on Exiles and Shakespeare. I think we can have a discussion if time permits.
Thank you, sir. Now participants can ask the questions. You can either unmute your mic or post it in the chat box.
Hope I haven't taken much time so that the next session will be delayed.
Hello, Jeevan, Josie.
Hi.
Not much of a question, it's just a response actually.
Hi.
Not about Exiles, the play, but about Joyce's interest in Shakespeare. While he was teaching at Trieste, he gave a series of lectures on Hamlet around 1912. He gave a series of lectures, 12 lectures on Hamlet. Unfortunately, those lectures are lost, completely lost. We don't have. But do you know anything more about those lectures and how?
No. I don't think they are not extant. We have no resource to find them now because they are lost, I think. And he was very critical of Hamlet. I don't understand why that, because that is maybe he was influenced by Eliot.
Exactly why I'm posing this. I'm asking this question. If he is critical of Hamlet, how do you explain the series of lectures, 12 lectures? I don't think he would have used that series to criticize Hamlet. 12 lectures.
Maybe that is that he must have spoken about this play, but I think this is a kind of psychological impact that Shakespeare had on him, because Joyce was always a very proud person. He never thought himself to be below anybody. Yes. So he wanted to. I think he wanted to set himself free from the great influence of Shakespeare. So one of the ways to get away from that influence is to just reject Shakespeare. But he couldn't.
And his way of dealing with Shakespeare was often parody. And you see so much of that in Ulysses, those famous lines and the passages and scenes of Hamlet, even Hamlet, and his own theory of Hamlet, and Joyce's theory about Shakespeare's life also. How he was probably cuckolded and, all that. And
Yes. See, I referred to that one single essay from Written Lives by Javier Marias.
I've not
James
seen
Joyce
that
was very,
essay.
it's a very simple article, but he refers to all sorts of erotic fantasies that this man had. He wanted even to control his wife's very private. Everybody has a private space and very private feelings and thoughts. And it is. I was actually a bit stunned by his interference into the sexual freedom.
There is a reason actually for that. Richard Ellman has actually written about it. There was a scandal about Nora Barnacle having having an affair with somebody, and this was actually weighed down upon Joyce. Joyce was a very insecure person. In spite of his confidence or pride and posturing and all that, he was very, very, very sensitive and very insecure, and so he always had this fear of being
maybe
cuckolded.
His insecurity made him. Yeah,
that's why this
maybe his insecurity made him
with him.
appear as a proud person.
Maybe.
So anyway, thank you, Josie, for bringing in all these very interesting ideas.
It's always a pleasure interacting with you, Jeevan.
Yes. Maybe after this COVID time, we meet and talk as we used to in the past.
Sure, we will. Has Sherry joined? I think he's going to make the next presentation.
Maybe it's time for him. There will be a break, I think. And I'll be joining for that session as well.
Yes, sir. If anyone else has any questions.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sir, I have a small question. Sir, on what grounds was the play Exiles denied to be staged by WBEs?
Yeah, this is a modernist play, and Irish theatre or Abbey theatre wanted to present the folk elements of the Irish culture. That is before the colonial Britain overcame. That was the reason that he said this is not this play did not have any folk elements. I don't know whether that was the overt reply he gave. And Joyce was very critical of W.H. on this aspect. Not only W.H. on the whole Abbey theatre has been very pungently criticized by Joyce in one of these essays.
Thank you, sir, for clearing all the doubts. Now I invite Ms. Ribida Mary Rana of 3rd BA English for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I consider it an honor to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. We have come to the end of the second session of the National Symposium on James Joyce Until Ulysses. We were fortunate enough to be addressed by Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar on the topic James Joyce's Theatrical Negotiations, Exiles, and Play and Early Literary Criticism, and on Shakespeare. Sir very interestingly introduced us to James Joyce, the dramatist as well as literary critic, giving us an insight into his potential as a playwright and critic. On behalf of the Center for Literary Studies of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, I extend a sincere word of gratitude to Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar for his very enlightening talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you also to the participants for their queries during the interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ribida, and thank you all for your active participation.
The next section will begin at 2:30 and participants can either stay or rejoin at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeevan sir. Shall we start, Sharisa? Yes, yes. Joking.
Welcome back, all of you, to the next section by Sri Sherry Jacob. And I'd like to welcome Jincy Thomas of 2nd MA English for welcoming and introducing the resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to introduce and welcome the main speaker of the section. Sri Sherry Jacob K. is Assistant Professor and former Head, Post-Graduation and Research Department of English, Union Christian College, Alva. He did his PhD under the guidance of Dr. V.C. Harris at School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. He has served as a member of the PG Board of Studies, MG University, and has, along with Dr. K. Jeevan Kumar, edited Nuances, a textbook prescribed for study in semester 1 of the BA English course, which offers students an in-depth look into theory as well as research methodology. Sir is a two-time recipient of the acclaimed Kerala State Film Award in the year 2012 for the best article on cinema sepia, Cinemayile Nirangalude Soundarya Rashtriyanga, and in 2016 for the best book on cinema titled Cinema Mudal Cinema Vare, Chalachitra Samskara Padanangal. An academician of prominence, Sir, together with Sri Aju K. Narayanan, Assistant Professor, School of Letters, has presented more than 100 seminar presentations across Kerala. His areas of interest include cultural studies, film studies, and translational studies. We are honored to have such an esteemed individual amongst us, and I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and request you to deliver the lecture. Sir, please.
Hello. Thank you for that curt but slightly inaccurate introduction. I began my PhD program with Dr. V.C. Harris, but unfortunately, Marsh disappeared one day, and I had to shift my research to the research department in SB College. Reverend Dr. Vinny Matthews, so very graceful and accommodating. And now I am into my last lap. Anyway, let me first put on record my thanks. This opportunity means a lot to me, not just at the level of academics, but at the level of a very peculiarly happy camaraderie, friendship, brotherhood, with quite a few teachers cutting across many different colleges. And in this context, I would have to again underline my heartfelt, warm thanks to Fabuza. And I've been given the task of introducing a particular facet of James Joyce, which we somehow end up not discussing. And that is what I've taken up. James Joyce, poet, satirist. If you look at the flyer brochure and the detailed 4-page brochure that has been circulated, if you look at the genres that Joyce has touched upon, even though he has not been prolific in a specific sense, you find that you have this early engagement with poetry. James Joyce's poetic oeuvre goes like this. In 1904, 1905, he comes up with this individual standalone piece work called The Holy Office. And in 1907, he brings out a small, slim volume, which he calls Chamber Music, which has 36 short lyrics. And in 1912, in a rather very somber mode, he again comes up with another standalone piece, Gas from Above. And now, looking at 1904, 1905, you realize that you are in the presence of a very young mind who is yet to decide on which is the linguistic medium that he should be using for his magnum opus, a dream. And it is that path that is being paved actually through these poetic works. Now, Holy Office is Joyce's earliest published literary work, written in 1904 and published in 1905 when he was in his 20s. It is rare and less than 100 copies exist as of now. This poem was rejected by University College of Dublin, rather their college magazine titled St. Stephen's. And again, Joyce tries to publish it with the Dublin Printing Company. And eventually, Joyce printed the poem when he was touring abroad in a place called Pola, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now, what exactly is this Holy Office? It is basically a quarrel. It is basically an outrage against the existing literary climate in Ireland. Again, nominally, we share this piece of information, Irish literary revival. And mind you, Joyce was an insider-outsider there, very specifically speaking. He had issues with a lot of people, especially people like William Butler Yeats, John Millington Synge, Edrak Collum, and a whole host of others. And he positions himself in a specific way. This is the beginning of the book. Myself unto myself will give this name, catharsis purgative. I, who dishevelled ways forsook to hold the poet's grammar book, bringing to the tavern and to the brothel the mind of witty Aristotle, lest bards in the attempt should err, must here be my interpreter. Wherefore, receive now from my lip peripatetic scholarship to enter heaven, travel hell, be piteous or terrible. Be piteous or terrible, one positively needs the ease of plenary indulgences. He's taking a very, I would say, sarcastic title upon him. There is something of an indigestion in whatever it is that we call the Irish literary revival. And he's cleaning it up. He says that he will be the purgative. Sometimes is constipated in the literary backlands of Ireland. and I will be the purgate. I will clean it up in a particular way. Myself unto myself will give this name, catharsis purgate. And as is evident, straight talk rather, through these lines, you see that it's a satirical poem. Joyce's targets, not just the targets, the way in which you have insider references, casting himself as catharsis purgative, and finally making the claim that his contemporaries collectively use him, Joyce, as a figure to not merely disapprove of, but to clean out their filthy streams while reinforcing the feelings of purity and superiority. Somewhat in a victim mode, he says, they use me, they reject me, they quarrel with me, they banish me in a particular sense so that they can feel at ease with each other. But all these men of whom I speak make me a sewer of their clique, that they may dream their dreamy dreams. I carry off their filthy streams, for I can do those things for them, through which I lost my diadem crown. I am doing a service by using dirty language, by using a specific, what we can call a gutter language in a particular way. And now as the poem ends, there is an uncanny connection with another modernist maestro who came up later. This is the ending of the book, where they have crouched and crawled and prayed. I stand, the self-doomed, unafraid, unfellowed, friendless and alone, indifferent as the herringbone, firm as the mountain ridges where I flash my antlers on the air. Let them continue as is meet to adequate the balance sheet. Though they may labor to the grave, my spirit shall they never have, nor make my soul with theirs as one. Till the Mahamanvantara be done, and though they spurn me from their door, my soul shall spurn them ever. In a way, just look at that word, Mahamanvantara. I hope quite a few of those listening in must have immediately got the cue. Eliot, not just Eliot, if you look at one of the undercurrents of especially high modernism in Europe and in England, you have this link with esoteric knowledge, occult knowledge, non-Western knowledge, spirituality couched as metaphysics, etc., etc. What exactly is this Mahamanvantara? It is a span of time. Etymologically, if you look at it, it is the time, antara, the distance, the span between two Manus ruling the cosmos. Manu. Crores and crores and crores of years. But just look at the way in which he's using a Sanskrit spiritual echo in a poem titled The Holy Office. Think about it. And if you look at closely, the Holy Office marks out Joyce as artist in voluntary exile. And this is the concept that he later explored in the novella, A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. And again, another thing that you can look up
These are easily available on the net. All these old pieces, more than 100 years old, right? This holy office, and another poem which we'll be discussing towards the end of this session, Gas from a Burner. In both poems, if you look at it in total, you find that there is a great dose of scatological sarcasm. Go after this word, scatology. A little while back, I had used the word gutter language. Here it is scatology, making sense of shit, making sense of defecation, using a particular tenor in your presentation of language. And it is this scatology that usually gets negatively highlighted by non-admirers of James Joyce, including his magnum opus, Ulysses. In both poems, you have a scatological sarcasm, accompanied sometimes by rough and crude language, and some scornful references to the Catholic Church. But here again, the church censorship, especially in Europe, whenever Joyce's poems were translated, they were shocked, thinking that this was an out-and-out attack on church. No, but that is beside the point. His main satirical targets are actually very different. The Holy Office, rather than being an insult to the Inquisition in Spain, is a strong reprimand to W.B. Yeats, George Russell, and other followers of the so-called Irish literary revival. In stark contrast to the idealism and sentimentalism of those who endeavor to revive Irish traditions and write in a Celtic twilight vein, Joyce defends a more genuine picture of reality and tries to put himself in the tradition of Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas. And he wants to be the uninhibited, honest writer who sets out to expose the hypocrisy that he saw in Dublin, especially in its literary circles. Not just this image of catharsis purgative, as Joyce's famed biographer Richard Ellman points out. Joyce presents himself as the Leviathan of Irish letters, that is to say, as the representation of the devil, the enemy whom the Holy Office, that is the Inquisition, had been traditionally fighting. There are other critics too who follow similar pathways actually. You've got Nicholas Fernoley and Michael Patrick Gillespie, who say that on the one side, he's denouncing the false art of Dublin. At the same time, an either-or situation, he is positioning himself as a heretic protesting doctrinal conformity by the provincial defenders of Irish art and culture. Look at the title. The Holy Office, the title itself admits some ambiguity. Two readings can be given to it. On the one side, you have got this powerful institution called the Inquisition. At the same time, within the Inquisition, there is also another possibility, the office of confession. മാനസാന്തരത്തിന് മുമ്പുള്ള കുംഭസാരം എന്ന രീതിയിൽ വരുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവത്തിലേക്ക് പറയാം. Now, the basic anger that Joyce is giving us through this work is actually directed at a very towering figure in Irish literary revival. I'm referring to Lady Gregory. The thing is, Lady Gregory, who used her influence to promote the poetry of Yeats, had little interest in James Joyce's poetry. And one time friend of Joyce, Gogarty, he recalls this incident where Joyce meets Lady Gregory. Lady Gregory tells him on the face, you are a second-rate artist, poet, And he goes back and he writes a small limerick. Find out the possibilities of this word, limerick, Limerick. Limerick. I'm just quoting the limerick. There was an old lady called Gregory. She said, come to me, poets in beggary, but found her imprudence when thousands of students cried, all we are in that category. We are all beggars. Joyce actually shocked at being rejected by Lady Gregory and her circle. He found their work too pretty, too ice creamish, if I can just improvise in a word, too vanilla-like. He felt that they lacked a certain humanness, not humaneness, humanness. Okay, and he felt that he should be pursuing a naturalism, which is evidenced later in Ulysses, where he never shies away from describing human body parts and functions. To be blunt, no fart left undescribed. ഒരു വളി പോലും വിടാതെ വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അത് ഭാഷയിലൂടെ ഒപ്പിയെടുക്കുക എന്ന രീതിയിലേക്ക് വരികയാണ്. And he also felt that the work being promoted as part of the revival lacked teeth. It was impotent and at worst fraudulent. It captured a delicate fictionalized Ireland, while Joyce was dedicated to writing Ireland as it truly was. Warts and all. എല്ലാ മുഖം കുരുവും എല്ലാ പരുവും എല്ലാം വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അതാണ് അയർലൻഡിന്റെ മുഖം എന്ന മട്ടിൽ എഴുതുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി. And then he comes down to this whole idea where he tells us, let the Maha Manvantara be done. Let the Maha Manvantara be done. And though they spurn me from their door, my soul shall spur them evermore. Again, going back to a reference by the biographer Richard Ellman. Ellman calls the Holy Office as the artist's first overt, angry declaration that he would pursue candor, C-A-N-D-O-R, while his counterparts pursue beauty. This is what happens. This is his earliest work. And if you look at it closely, somewhere you find flashes of what has been reported about Christopher Marlowe, especially in his pamphlets. Galley language, blunt language, scatological language, shitty language, provocatively used to counter certain sweet, cute, sentimental tendencies in literary practice. Now, when you come down a little bit, a couple of years later, in 1907, you have a small anthology coming out, very small anthology coming out, called Chamber Music. Look at the way in which this word works, chamber. What are the associations that are coming? If you are taking the Hitlerian route, we are talking about gas chamber. All right. If you are taking the Beethoven route, you are talking about the piano chamber, the string chamber, the percussion chamber, right? At the same time, this word chamber also means latrine, lavatory, cuckoos. And when asked to recollect his writer's memory regarding this first book of poems, you know what Joyce tells? He says that actually the title, it refers to the sound of urine hitting the chamber pot. Think about it. Sound of urine hitting the chamber pot. And again, Ellman has gone on record saying, Joyce told his friend Herbert Gorman I wrote chamber music as a protest against myself. അതിന്റെ സാധ്യത എന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കൂ. I wrote chamber music as a protest against myself. Generally, if you look at the layout of that book, you have 36 poems telling the story of a juvenile love and its disappointment. The poet is alone in the beginning. He meets a girl and their love is, after a suitable period of time, almost consummated. But at this moment, a rival enters the stage and this lady, her affection changes. And Joyce feels his affection transforming itself into irony and finally darkened by disillusionment. In the end, he is back at his point of departure, that is, in isolation, and wanders away in exile hereafter. Again, look at that whole image of the exile. എടുത്ത് അണിയുകയാണ്, ഒരു അങ്കി എടുത്ത് അണിയുന്ന പോലെ, ഒരു ഷ്രൗഡ് എടുത്ത് അണിയുന്ന പോലെ, വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ഒരു മേലങ്കി എടുത്ത് അണിയുകയാണ്. This is what happens. And incidentally, in a way, 1921 and much more the next year, 1922, SP കോളേജിന്റെ വർഷം, അങ്ങനെയാണ് സന്തോഷകരമായ ഒരു കുശുമ്പ് ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ മനസ്സിൽ പലപ്പോഴും വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. The greatest splendid year of high modernism എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ 1921-22 അതിലേക്കുള്ള ഒരു ബിൽഡപ്പ് വരുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവം. There's a build-up, and this build-up has got a lot to do with this person Ezra Pound, who in 1914 comes out with an anthology, a major anthology called The Imagists and Anthology. ഇമേജസുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഒരു പ്രിക്കർസർ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ വിളിക്കുക. നമ്മൾ ഡിഫറെന്റ് ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ് ഹൈ മോഡേണിസംസിനെ പ്ലൂറലൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ലാൻഡ് മാർക്ക് വർക്ക് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. ഈ ലാൻഡ് മാർക്ക് വർക്കിനകത്ത് 1907 പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്ത ചേംബർ മ്യൂസിക്കിലെ അവസാനത്തെ കവിത എടുത്ത് ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. Pound including Joyce in a major poetry anthology. The last lyric number 36 is being used. But now, since I've told you the schemata within which this anthology works, I mean Joyce's anthology works, chamber music, it travels from a certain naive innocence to a certain naive thrill to a certain not so naive irony and finally a grim disappointment. ആ ഡിസപ്പോയിന്റ്മെന്റിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് 2-3 സാമ്പിളുകൾ എടുത്ത് പുറകോട്ട് സഞ്ചരിക്കാം. ഫ്രം 36 ബാക്ക്വേർഡ്സ് എന്ന രീതിയിൽ നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ സഞ്ചരിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുണ്ട്. വേറെ ഒന്നുമല്ലാതെ നേരത്തെ ഹോളി ഓഫീസുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി മാർലോവിയൻ അണ്ടർ ടോൺസ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ, ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് ക്ലോസ്ലി അറ്റ് ചേംബർ മ്യൂസിക്, യു ഹാവ് Shakespeare's sonnet sequence hidden as an inspiration. Especially that whole magnificently crafted triangle between the poetic voice in Shakespeare's sonnet, the rival, and the dark lady. In a way, the triangle doesn't exist here, but the sequentiality, the way in which certain genres, certain turns of phrases, certain decisions regarding the linguistic mode to be used. Somewhere, chamber music. Even when James Joyce says it's all about the sound of urine hitting the chamber pot, it has also got to do with Shakespeare's sonnet sequence. Look at this, the last one. I hear an army charging upon the land, and the thunder of horses plunging. I deliberately stopped. No, I want something else to be noted. Look at the way in which there is a certain visuality being highlighted in the printed page. Do pay attention to that also. All right, the 36th lyric. I hear an army charging upon the land, and the thunder of horses plunging foam about their knees. Arrogant in black armor behind them stand, disdaining the reins with fluttering whips, the charioteers. They cry into the night their battle name. I moan in sleep when I hear afar their whirling laughter. They cleave the gloom of dreams, a blinding flame, clanging upon the heart as upon an anvil. They come shaking in triumph their long gray hair. They come out of the sea and run shouting by the shore. My heart, have you no wisdom thus to despair? My love, my love, my love, why have you left me alone? Instant connection. What? Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. My Lord, why have you forsaken me? That same despair, that same sense of exile again coming in. Now, if you move slightly backward, itrayum despair namukku കാണാൻ പറ്റില്ല. The last piece. Let's go to 27. 27th. Look at this. Though I die, Mithridates where? രാജാവാണ്, ഭീരുവായ ഒരു രാജാവാണ്, ഒരു legendary figure ആണ്. He was the king of Pontus, Mithridates. ആൾക്കാർ അയാളെ കൊന്നുകളയുമെന്ന് പേടിയുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട്, especially he feared that he might be poisoned, food or drink, whatever. So he used to take small amounts of poison every day. Antidote എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മളിപ്പം വാക്സിനേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന അതേ ലോജിക്ക്. അങ്ങനെ സ്വയം ആശ്വാസം കണ്ടെത്തിയ ഒരു മണ്ടൻ ആശ്വാസം കണ്ടെത്തിയ ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണ് മിത്രിഡാറ്റിസ്. ആ ഇമേജിനെ എടുത്ത് ഉപയോഗിച്ചേക്കാം. Now it will take message. Look at it. Though I die, Mithridates were framed to defy the poison dart, yet must thou fold me unaware, to know the rapture of thy heart. And I but render and confess the malice of thy tenderness. For elegant and antique phrase, dearest, my lips wax all too wise, nor have I known a love whose praise our piping poets solemnize. Neither a love where may not be ever so little falsity. ഇതിനെ എങ്ങനെ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യും നമ്മൾ? Think about it. Think about it. You get it? You have a narcissistic projection. Look at the difference. Despair absolutely ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ആ അവസാനത്തെ ആ ഒരു ലിറിക്കിന് തൊട്ട് മുമ്പ് വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ഡെസ്പെയറിലേക്ക് ചാടി വീഴാൻ പോകുന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് ഈ മിത്രിഡാറ്റസിന്റെ സംഭവം ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. And I would say this is a very specific instance of narcissistic projection, an imaginary chimera in which the poet can mirror himself undisturbed by an actual other. അങ്ങനത്തെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ആ ഒരു കഷ്ണം ഒന്ന് നോക്കിക്കേ. ഒരു ഐറോണിക് ടോണിലാണ്, റൊമാൻറ്റിക് ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പില് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ചില ഇമേജസ് എന്നാണ് ജോയ്സ് പറയാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. Look at it again. For elegant and antique phrase, dearest, my lips wax all too wise. No have I known a love whose praise our piping poets solemnize. അങ്ങനെ പാടാൻ ഇനി എന്നെ കിട്ടില്ല എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് ജെയിംസ് ജോയ്സ് പറയാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. From this persistent use of irony, maybe it can be concluded that the poet is trying to distance himself from a conventional amorous theme, which claims to represent a faithful and deep-felt sincerity and also a naivety with which this modern poet Joyce refuses to be affiliated. അവിടെ എനിക്ക് അംഗത്വം വേണ്ട, അങ്ങനത്തെ സുന്ദര കുട്ടപ്പന്മാരുടെ മധുരിമ നിറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള കൃത്യമായ പ്രണയ ആമറസ് ലൈൻസ് ഒന്നും നമുക്ക് വേണ്ട, എനിക്ക് ഇങ്ങനൊക്കെ എഴുതാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം പാർത്തു പറയുന്നത് പോലെ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയാണ് എഴുതി വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ഒരു ഐറോണിക് ടോണിലാണ് ഈ 27ാമത്തെ ഈ ഒരു ഗീതകം വരുന്നത് എങ്കിലും at the same time റൊളാങ് ബാർത്ത് ഒക്കെ പറയുന്നത് പോലെ there is a pleasure of the text, there is a rustle to the language. Actually, even when he is rejecting a feudal terminology, even when he is rejecting the romantic movement RM caps accentuation of love as a resource for transcendence, ഇതിനെല്ലാം വേണ്ടാന്ന് വെക്കുമ്പോഴും at the same time, with or without belief, rather in the absence of any faith or belief, these language tunes are actually giving pleasure. കുറേയും കൂടെ മുമ്പോട്ട് നീങ്ങും. 6ാമത്തെ സംഭവമാണ്. 6ാമത്തെ, look at this. I would end that sweet bosom be. ബ്രാക്കറ്റിലായിട്ട് ഇതിന് ശേഷം വന്നു കേട്ടോ. I would in that sweet bosom be. Brackets നോക്കി. Oh, sweet it is and fair it is, where no rude wind might visit me because of sad austerities. I would in that sweet bosom be. I would be ever in that heart, again within brackets. Oh, soft I knock and soft entry hum, where only peace might be my part. Austerities were all the sweeter, so I were ever in that part. Here, what do autobiographical ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കൂടെ വരുമ്പോഴാണ് ഏതെല്ലാമൊക്കെ മട്ടിലാണ് ജോയ്സ് ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും ഇഷ്ടങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും ഐറണിയിലേക്കും ഡെസ്പെയറിലേക്കും ഒക്കെ. ഇതൊരു ഇഷ്ടം നിറഞ്ഞ കവിത, ഒരുപാട് സാന്ദ്രതകളുള്ള, ഒരുപാട് നിഷ്കളങ്കമായ തുടുപ്പുകളുള്ള ഒരു കാമുക ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ സൂര്യകാന്തി തെളിച്ചമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിനകത്ത് കാണാൻ പറ്റും. നോക്കിയേ, I would end that sweet bosom be. Oh, sweet it is and fair it is, where no rude wind might visit me because of sad austerities. I would end that sweet bosom be. ജോയ്സ് തന്നെ ഒളിച്ചോടുന്നതിനൊക്കെ മുമ്പ് ഒരു സ്വന്തം പിതാവിനെ must have heard, I missed it actually, but still you must have heard a wonderful father-son lecture in the forenoon session today by Joshi sir. ഒളിച്ചോടുന്നതിന് മുമ്പുള്ള ഒരു പ്രണയലേഖനത്തിൽ ജോയ്സ്, നാം ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഷെയർ ചെയ്ത ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കവിത എഴുതിയിട്ട് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ എഴുതുക. You will take me now into your bosom and shelter me and perhaps pity me for my sins and follies and lead me like a child. I record. ജോയ്സ് നോറയ്ക്ക് എഴുതിയതാണ്. കാമുകി, പ്രണയിനി, ഭാര്യ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ ആ പ്രോഗ്രഷൻ ഇങ്ങനെ മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമാണ് നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ. Look at this. You'll take me now into your bosom and shelter me and perhaps pity me for my sins and follies and lead me like a child. പെട്ടെന്നുള്ള ഒരു തിരിച്ചറിവിൽ നിൽക്കണു എന്ന മട്ടിലാണ് ഈ പ്രണയലേഖനത്തിലെ വരികളും ഈ കവിതയിലെ വരികളും നിൽക്കണം. ആ പെട്ടെന്നുണ്ടാവുന്ന വെളിപാടിനെ എന്താ വിളിക്കുക? പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ഈ ജോയ്സുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കാണാ പഠിച്ചു വെക്കുന്ന UGC ഒക്കെ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റോക്ക് ആൻസർ ഒക്കെ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചു നോക്കുന്ന സാധനമുണ്ട്. കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? എന്താ എപ്പിഫനി എന്നാണ് ഇതിന്റെ EPIPHANIES. This is a moment of epiphany, naive epiphany. And incidentally, again, in her monumental work, Helen Sisuda, The Exile of James Joyce എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കൃതിയിലും വളരെ രസകരമായിട്ടാണ് എപ്പിഫനി എക്സ്പ്രൈബ് ചെയ്തത്. സബ്ലിമേറ്റഡ് നാർസിസിസം എന്നാണ്. വിടുതൽ കൊണ്ട് ഓടി രക്ഷപ്പെടുന്ന സ്വയം പ്രണയം എന്നതിനെയാണ് നമുക്ക് എപ്പിഫനി എന്ന് വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. ഈ ഘട്ടം അപ്പൊ ഇതിലാണ് തുടക്കമേ. ഒരു നാർസിസിസ്റ്റിക് തുടക്കത്തിൽ നിന്നും ഒരു ഐറോണിക് തിരിച്ചറിവിലേക്കും ഒരു ഗ്രിം ഡിസപ്പോയിന്റ്മെന്റിലേക്കും അതിനുശേഷം വോളണ്ടറി എക്സൈലിലേക്കും ഉള്ള ജോയ്സിന്റെ മൊത്തം ഊവറിന്റെ ആ ഒരു ചാട്ടം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ ഒരു ചാട്ടമാണ് നൈസായിട്ട് ഈ ചേംബർ മ്യൂസിക് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോയിട്രി കളക്ഷനകത്ത് സ്റ്റാർട്ടിങ് വിത്ത് ഹോപ്പ് ആൻഡ് എൻഡിങ് വിത്ത് ഡാർക്ക് ഗ്രിം ഹോഴ്സസ് ആൻഡ് ഫൈനലി എൻഡിങ് വിത്ത് ക്രൈ. എന്താണ്? മൈ ലവ് മൈ ലവ് മൈ ലവ് വൈ ഡിഡ് യു ലീവ് മീ അലോൺ. ആ ക്രിസ്തുവിന്റെ ആ ഒരു റെസണൻസ് വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് കിടക്കുകയാണ്. ഏതാ? എലി എലി ലാമ സബക്താനി, മൈ ലോർഡ് വൈ ഹാവ് thou forsaken me എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു സംഭവം. Coming to the next work, it has got a context. This work, rather this poem, happened because the short story collection, which we now know as Dubliners, was rejected. ആ ദേഷ്യത്തില് വളരെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ഒരു സാധനം അങ്ങ് എഴുതുക. ഗ്യാസ് ഫ്രം എ ബർണർ 1912. ആ ഗ്യാസ് ഫ്രം ദ ബർണർ മനസ്സിലാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക 9/11 പറ്റി എനിക്ക് സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ട് വരും. 9/11 എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മനസ്സിലാവുമോ? Young minds out there. Osama bin Laden, Twin Towers, United States. ഇത് സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 അത് ഇല്ലാണ്ടാവുന്നത്. അതേപോലെ വേറെ ഒരു സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 ഉണ്ട്. ദി അതർ സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് somebody you might admire, പ്രൊഫസർ ടി എം യേശുദാസൻ രസകരമായ ഒരു ലേഖനം എഴുതി. ഏതാ ഈ അതർ സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11? കാര്യം ഒരു തലമുറയ്ക്ക് എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഹെവി ഡോസ് ഓഫ് മീഡിയ ഒക്കെ കയറി വരുമ്പോൾ 9/11 സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ട്വിൻ ടവേഴ്സ് മാത്രമേ മനസ്സിൽ വരൂ. വേറെ ഒരു സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 ഉണ്ട്. ആ വേറെ ഒരു സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 ആണ് ബെഡ്രിഡൻ ആയിട്ട്, can you guess? ബെഡ്രിഡൻ ആയിട്ട് ഒരു മഹാകവി കിടക്കുക. ബെഡ്രിഡൻ ആണല്ലോ. പക്ഷെ ബെഡ്രിഡൻ ആയിട്ടും പുള്ളിയെ ഹൗസ് അറസ്റ്റ് പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചേക്കും. അതിന്റെ യുക്തി നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിച്ചു. Can you guess? Please. I'm talking about Pablo Neruda. House arrest. From his bed, again on September 11, he says, why are you wishing your time? There is nothing dangerous that you will discover ransacking my entire books, except my poetry. എന്റെ കവിതയല്ലാതെ അവാർഡം പിടിച്ച കുഴപ്പം പിടിച്ച ഒരു സംഗതിയും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടില്ല. ഇതാണ് അനദർ സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11. ഇതേപോലെ തന്നെ 100 കൊല്ലങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പുള്ള ഒരു സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 പറ്റിയാണ് ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. On 11th September 1912, the Dublin printer John Falconer burned the entire run of 1,000 copies of Joyce's book, Dubliners. അന്ന് ഇറങ്ങേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു ആ പുസ്തകം. പിന്നീടാണ് യു ബി ഹിയറിംഗ് 2 wonderful takes on that collection tomorrow. It's been split into 2. Dubliners അയർലൻഡിൽ ഇറങ്ങുന്നില്ല എന്ന രീതിയിൽ വരികയാണ്, കത്തിച്ചു കളയുകയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പം ആ ഫസ്റ്റ് എഡിഷൻ ഇറങ്ങാത്ത ദേഷ്യത്തില് സെപ്റ്റംബർ 12 ഇറ്റലിയിലെ ട്രിയസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ജെയിംസ് ജോയ്സ് നെതർലൻഡ്സിൽ വിളിസിംഗ്സ്റ്റൺ റെയിൽവേ സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആദ്യം ഒപ്പിട്ട കരാറിന്റെ കോപ്പി കൈകൊണ്ടു. നമ്മൾ കരാറിൽ ഒപ്പിടുമല്ലോ എഴുത്തുകാരും പബ്ലിഷേഴ്സുമായിട്ട്. എന്നിട്ടാണ് പബ്ലിഷർ കളം മാറ്റിയത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചതിച്ചത് കത്തിച്ചു കളഞ്ഞത്. അതിന്റെ പുറകിൽ, ആ കരാർ പേപ്പറിന്റെ പുറകിൽ ഇദ്ദേഹം ദേഷ്യത്തിലൊരു സറ്റൈറിക് പോയത്. ഇത് ഒരു പ്രിന്റർ പറയുന്നതായിട്ടാണ്. ഒരു പ്രിന്റർ അങ്ങോട്ട് എഴുതി നിന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഗംഭീരമായ ഒരു പരിപാടി കാണിച്ചു. എന്ത് കാണിച്ചു? ജെയിംസ് ജോയ്സ് പോലത്തെയൊക്കെയുള്ള വൃത്തികെട്ട എഴുത്തുകാരുടെ പുസ്തകങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ കത്തിച്ചു എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് വരുന്നത്. It begins like this. Look at this. Point of view മനസ്സിലായല്ലോ? അതിലെ സറ്റയർ മറന്നു പോകരുത്. അത് ജോയ്സ് സങ്കടം പറയാമല്ല. ആരോടാണോ ജോയ്സിന് അമർഷമുള്ളത്, ആരോടാണോ ജോയ്സിന് ഭയങ്കര കലിപ്പുള്ളത്, അയാളുടെ പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ പറയാം. ഐ ആം എ പ്രിന്റർ, ഐ ആം എൻ ഓണസ്റ്റ് പ്രിന്റർ, ഐ ആം എ സെൽഫ് റൈറ്റിയസ് പ്രിന്റർ, ഐ ആം എ ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ പ്രിന്റർ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ് ആള്. അതാണ് ഇത് പ്രശ്നം. പ്രിന്റർ, അതാണ് ഈ ഗ്യാസ് ഫ്രം എ ബർണർ പിടികിട്ടിയോ? മൊത്തം ആക്ഷേപം. എന്ത് ഗ്യാസ്? കത്തിക്കുന്ന മറ്റേ ബുൺസൺ ബർണറിലെ ഗ്യാസ് മാത്രമല്ല, വളവളത്തരം പറയുന്ന എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ചിലരെ പറ്റി അങ്ങനെ പറയാറില്ലേ? അല്ലെ, നമ്മൾ പരസ്പരം, ഞാനൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്, ചില പരീക്ഷകളൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് വന്നിട്ട് കൂട്ടുകാരൊക്കെ കെട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ചിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് മൊത്തം ഗ്യാസാ എഴുതി വെച്ചേക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ എന്താ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്? നമ്മള് സബ്സ്റ്റാൻഷ്യൽ ആയിട്ടൊന്നും കാണത്തില്ല എന്ന രീതിയിൽ വരുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമാണ്. Anyway, listen to this. Gas from a burner. Ladies and gents, you are here assembled to hear why earth and heaven trembled because of the black and sinister arts of an Irish writer in foreign parts. പുറത്താണല്ലോ, എക്സൈറ്റ്. എന്നിട്ട് കുറച്ചെടുത്തോട്ട് വരുമ്പോഴാണ് the darkness of my mind was rent and I saw the writers Joyce in the foul intent. But I owe a duty to Ireland. ഇതാ patriotism. അതിനുശേഷം എന്താ നോക്കിയേ? I owe a duty to Ireland, this lovely land that always sent her writers and artists to banishment. And in the spirit of Irish fun, betrayed their own leaders one by one. നോക്കിയേ, കുഞ്ചൻ നമ്പ്യാരുടെ ഒരു മൂർച്ചയൊക്കെയാണ് ഇതിനെ നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റും. എന്നിട്ട് അത് ആള് വീണ്ടും പറയാം, എന്നാലും ഞാനും ഇത്തിരി അശ്ലീലമൊക്കെ പണ്ട് പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ഇപ്പൊ പേടിയായതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് ജെയിംസ് ജോയ്സിനെ പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്തെന്ന് പറയാനുള്ള ശ്രമം. എന്ന് നോക്കി, no explanations needed actually. It's direct, I would say, direct catch. I printed the poems of Mountainy Mutton and a play he wrote. You have read it, I'm sure, where they talk of bastard and bugger and whore, and a play on the word and holy ball, and some woman's legs that I can't recall. Written by Moore, a genuine gentleman that lives on his properties 10%. I printed mystical books in dozens. I printed the table book of cousins, though, asking your pardon, as for the verse, it would give you a heartburn on your arse. മൂട്ടിൽ കുണ്ടിക്ക് ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ എന്താണ് കരിച്ചിൽ നമുക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്യും എന്നാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. Though asking your pardon as for the verse, it would give you a heartburn on your arse. I printed folklore from north and south by Gregory of the Golden. ഡയറക്റ്റ് സറ്റയർ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ കാണുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഒരു സബ് ജോണർ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി പറയുകയാണ് എങ്കിൽ it is broadside. And this is how the poem ends. This very Lent I will unbear. അടുത്ത നോമ്പ് നോക്കേണ്ട കാലമാകുമ്പോൾ, ലെന്റ് നോമ്പ് നോക്കുക, വലിയ നോമ്പ് ചെറിയ നോമ്പ് കേട്ടല്ലോ, അടുത്ത നോമ്പ് നോട്ട കാലം വരട്ടെ, ഞാനെല്ലാം അങ്ങ് തുറന്നേക്കാം. എന്താണ്? എന്റെ കുണ്ടി അങ്ങ് തുറന്ന് കാണിച്ചേക്കാം എന്ന രീതിയിൽ. അത് വെറും കുണ്ടിയല്ല, my penitent buttocks to the air, and sobbing beside my printing press, my awful sin I will confess. My Irish foreman from Bannockburn shall dip his right hand in the urn. അപ്പൊ ഇതെല്ലാം കത്തിച്ച് ഒരു ഏണിനകത്ത് ആക്കി വെച്ചു, ചിതാഭസ്മം ഒരു കുടത്തിലാക്കി വെച്ചു. എന്നിട്ട് എന്താണ്, ആ കുടത്തിൽ ഒരാൾ കൈ തൊട്ടിട്ട് മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് പോലെ റെവറൻ തമ്പ് വെച്ചിട്ട് എൻ്റെ പബ്ബില് എൻ്റെ പട്ടക്സില് ഏതാണ് മെമെന്റോ ഹോമോ ഒരു കുരിശും വരച്ച് എന്നെ അടക്കും എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. Look, this very next Lent I will unbear my penitent buttocks to the air, and sobbing beside my printing press, my awful sin I will confess. My Irish foreman from Bannockburn shall dip his right hand in the urn and sign crisscross with reverent thumb. Memento homo. മനുഷ്യന് ഒരു മെമെന്റോ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ upon my thumb എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ്. Okay, there's some way of finding hilarity. Profaning the sacred എന്നൊക്കെ വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറയാം. പക്ഷെ ഇതിന്റെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഇന്റന്റും ഇന്നാട്ടിൽ ഇപ്പോഴും നടന്നുകൊണ്ടേ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഒരുപാട് രീതിയിലുള്ള സെൻസർഷിപ്പുകളും തമ്മിലുള്ള ബന്ധവും ആ ഒരു ബാന്ധവത്തിനകത്ത് നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് ആക്ഷേപഹാസ്യത്തിനകത്തോട്ട് സ്കെറ്റോളജിക്കൽ ഭാഷ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കയറി വരുന്നു എന്നും അപ്പറന്റ്ലി തിയോളജിക്കൽ ഇറവറൻസ് എന്ന് തോന്നുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കയറി വരുന്നു, ബ്ലാസ്ഫമിക് എന്ന് തോന്നുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കയറി വരുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ ചിന്തിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അത് ചിന്തിക്കുമ്പോൾ വൺ ഫൈനൽ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ അത് പറഞ്ഞാണ് ഒന്നത് അടിവരായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ്. ഗ്യാസ് ഫ്രം എ ബർണർ was originally written on the back of Joyce's broken contract with Monzel and Company publishers after they had destroyed his proofs of doubles. ഇതിന് ശേഷം ആശാൻ കവിത എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. He found his true calling here. ആ ഒരു പ്രോസിന്റെ പോയറ്റിക് സാധ്യതകളും പ്രോസിന്റെ സ്ട്രീം ഓഫ് കോൺഷ്യസ്നസ് സാധ്യതകളും എല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കി പോർട്രേറ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദി യങ് മാനിലൂടെ യുളിസിസിൽ എത്തിപ്പെടുകയും അതിൽ നിന്നും ഫിനഗാൻസ് വീക്കിലേക്ക് വരെ എത്തിച്ചേരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു അതുല്യ ഇരുണ്ട പ്രതിഭനെ പറ്റി, വഴക്കാലി പ്രതിഭനെ പറ്റിയാണ് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. Maybe the logic for his action, especially in his poetry, can be explained in two ways. ആദ്യത്തെ ഇതാണ്, ഇത് വേറൊരാളുടെ കവിതയാണ്. Canon എന്നാണ് കവിതയുടെ പേര്. പക്ഷെ അത് ഈ കവിതയ്ക്കകത്ത് വരുന്നില്ല. There is always a tension between the word canon and the verses that come beneath it. ഇത് ജോയ്സ് അല്ലേ എന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു വാദം. The blank sheet of paper, a white glow on the table in the twilight hour. Do not touch it. Hey, Mr. William Butler Yeats, don't touch it, please. Do not touch it. Do not fill it with words. If you cannot put into them a little more light than the light of the blank sheet. ഈ കാനോണിക്കൽ ലോജിക് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആന്റി കാനോണിക്കൽ ആണ്, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഇൻ ദ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദി ഐറിഷ് ലിറ്റററി റിവൈവൽ എന്ന മട്ടിൽ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഇതിനേക്കാൾ ഇതേപോലെ വേറെ ഒരു മാധ്യമത്തിൽ നിന്നും ഒരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടാവുകയാണ്. ഒന്ന് ഓടിച്ചൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോകും. On April 9th, 1917, just over 100 years ago, Marcel Duchamp achieved what was perhaps the most brilliant and absurd art event of the 20th century. The story is legend. Duchamp wanted to submit an artwork to the unjuried Society of Independent Artists Salon in New York, which claimed that they would accept any work of art so long as the artist paid the application fee. He presented an upside down male urinal, signed and dated with the appellation R. Mutt 1917, and titled it Fountain. The society's board, faced with what must have seemed like a practical joke from an anonymous artist, rejected Fountain on the grounds that it was not a true work of art. Duchamp, who was a member of that board himself, resigned it. This is the work for you. അതിന്റെ താഴെ ഞാൻ ജോയ്സിന്റെ ആ കൃതിയുടെ ആ ഒരു ചെറിയ സംഭവം എടുത്തിടുകയാണ്. മെമെന്റോ. By way of a roundup, if I can use that word, all I can say about Joyce is he is a person who dared to do things in poetry which other people could not. That's my take on the poetry of James Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your interesting talk. Now the participant can ask your question. You can either unmute your mic or post it in the chat box.
Any questions from students? Anyone? Any questions? Any opinion? Any comments to make? Sure, sir, you presented it well, brought out the satire in the poetry of James Joyce. I wonder whether there is such a poet in Malayalam. I wonder whether there is such a poet in Malayalam.
I don't know whether there's a poet in Malayalam, but there is a wonderful fictional instance that comes to my mind. That legendary story by that legendary Dalit writer, C.I.F. Spectral Speech, as it has been translated by my mentor, Father Peter Harris. Pradavashma, Adila, ആത്മഹത്യ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ദളിത പെൺകുട്ടി. ഷീസ് എ ടീച്ചർ ഓൾസോ. ഒരു സുറിയാനി ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയാൽ ചതിക്കപ്പെടുകയും ഗർഭം ധരിക്കുകയും നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാതെ ആത്മഹത്യ ചെയ്തതിനു ശേഷം ദൈവവുമായിട്ട് ഒരു കോൺവെർസേഷൻ നടക്കുന്നു. ഇറ്റ് സീംസ് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഏത് സുറിയാനി ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയാണോ ഈ പെൺകുട്ടിയെ ചതിച്ചത്, ആ സുറിയാനി ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയുടെ അപ്പന് ഈ പെൺകുട്ടിയുടെ അമ്മയുമായിട്ട് എന്തോ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. സ്ലേവറി തന്നെയാണ്, സെക്ഷൽ സ്ലേവറി. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനൊരു കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ദൈവത്തിന്റെയും മനസ്സിൽ വരികയാണ്. ഒരേ ആൻസസ്ട്രി ആണെങ്കിലും ഒരേ അപ്പനാണെങ്കിലും. അപ്പൊ ഈ ആൻസൈറ്റി ഓഫ് ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ് ഇത് മനസ്സിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ പെൺകുട്ടിയോട് ദൈവം, ദി ഓൾമൈറ്റി, സ്വന്തം സഹോദരന്റെ നഗ്നത കണ്ട പാപി എന്ന് ദേഷ്യത്തിൽ ദൈവം ഇതെടുത്ത് പെൺകുട്ടിയുടെ ഗോസ്റ്റിനോട് പറഞ്ഞു. മൂപ്പി തന്നെ ആട്ടാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചു. ഞാൻ വരണ്ടു പോയൊന്നുമില്ല. ഹാ എന്നൊരാട്ട് വെച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, പെലക്കള്ളി എന്ന മൂപ്പിനെ നസ്രാണിക്ക് പെങ്ങളാവുന്നത്? അന്നേരം ദൈവത്തിന്റെ വായിൽ പഴമായിരുന്നു എന്ന ഒരു ഇന്റൻസ് ആയിട്ട് വരുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവം. Often when I was walking through this paper, ആ ഒരു ഇമേജ് എവിടെയോ, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ആ പറഞ്ഞ മെമെന്റോ ഹോമോ ഓൺ മൈ ബം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ സാധനം വരുമ്പോൾ, മോർ ദാൻ ഇൻ എ പോയിട്രി, എനിക്ക് ഈ ഒരു മാസ്റ്റർ പീസ് ഫിക്ഷനിലേക്കാണ് എൻ്റെ ശ്രദ്ധ വീണ്ടും വീണ്ടും പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Yeah, there's a very different take on James Joyce and similarities here in Kerala in our literature. Any other questions, comments, anything to add to? Okay, Joaquin.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Megha Matthew of 2nd MA English for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all. We have reached the end of the third session as well as the end of the first day of the two-day Centum National Symposium on James Joyce until Ulysses. We were graced on this occasion with the presence of Dr. Sherry Jacob K., who delivered a very thorough and informative lecture on James Joyce, poet satirist. I, on behalf of the Center for Literary Studies of St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry, would like to take this opportunity to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Sherry Jacob K. for introducing to us a not much explored facet of James Joyce, namely the writer as a poet satirist. Thank you, sir, for giving us a glimpse into the aspect of James Joyce, the writer. Thank you to those who put forth their questions, and I thank all of you who have attended the today's session. I hope to see you all in the next session tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Megha, and I thank each and every one of you for your participation. Tomorrow there will be talk on James Joyce's works, Dubliners, and a portrait of the artist as a young man. The first section will start at 10 a.m. in the morning. We expect your wholehearted participation and rejoice with us. Join by 9:45 a.m. using the same Google Meet link. Until then, bye from Center for Literary Studies, St. Thomas College, Kozhencherry. Thank you.
Thank you all.